Hello, welcome. Well, we are very happy to have you all here. I'm Elena Rocabert, a curator assistant at Media Lab Matadero, the citizen laboratory of Matadero, Madrid, that functions as a meeting place for the production of open projects. For those who don't know, Matadero is the Center of Contemporary Creation run by Madrid City Council's Department of Culture. And each year, in Media Lab, we organize several labs that are cyclical research and production programs that address different themes through a series of activities and programs. Right now, we are immersed in Lab 02, the metabolic sublime, in which we will ask about other possible regimes on a planetary scale through a radical reformulation of what we consider energy. We think that this rethinking involves energy debates, a series of dynamics and processes that, despite being ontologically energetic, are not usually considered as such. We are thinking about agri-logistics, labor, territorial instrumentalization, data streams, waste, and also its long-term implications. And of course, ambiguities of the current energy transition project. And well, for that, we think that we had to talk about food because it's actually one of the most important parts of this planetary metabolism. And that's why we invited Black Almanac to talk about the past, the present, and the future of food. And so here in Media Lab, we're going to have Philip and Andrea, who are going to be the curators, the mentors, and the head of this Cooking Earth workshop. And remotely, we're going to have food historian Rachel Laudan and the geographer Nikos Katsikis. So, guys, now is your turn. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm just happy that that music finished that was playing when we all came in. Hi, everyone. We're gonna kick off with an introduction to both what we think the theme Cooking Earth refers to, but also to Black Almanac and what we do. And then afterwards, we're gonna do the kind of traditional, say your name, say where you're from, etc. So, this is us. I'm Philip. I'm a journalist from the UK, and this is Andrea.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you to come here with us. We're going to be together for a week, or at least 5 days, most part of this week. My name is Andrea Provenzano. I'm from Italy, but I recently moved to a very remote place in the north of Europe. I make images. I used to be a photographer, now I use other tools, but I basically make images, and together with Philip we started this project about food called Black Almanac, and he will give you a nice overview of what this almanac is.
Eating is both a straightforward and a mystifying proposition. When we eat, we incorporate the world around us into our bodies. We demolish the boundary that we would otherwise perceive between what is out there and what's in here. Because that same environment has been disrupted and polluted by so many of the ways that we go about producing food, we've become increasingly anxious about the things that we put in our mouths. All living organisms require energy to function. What sets humans apart from the plants, fungi, insects, and bacteria whose metabolic processes help regulate the biosphere is that our definition of what is edible is mediated primarily by culture rather than nutrition. I'm going to do that professional thing of putting my watch in the table so I don't talk for too long. We eat symbols as much as we eat food. We use dining rituals and eating habits to mark significant occasions in our lives, to welcome new members to the tribe, but also to detect outsiders. For human beings, food is identity. It's the class, culture, rituals, and tradition we are born into, as well as one of the most obvious ways we try to transcend those things. We are often told that we should seek unprocessed whole foods free from chemical additives, yet chemistry itself is the synthetic heart of all gastronomy, debunking our projections onto the world of matter. Research in archaeology and anthropology tells us that as far back as 12,000 years ago, all human societies on Earth had developed burning, cultivation, domestication, and species propagation, to the degree that we had transformed 3/4 of the Earth's land surface. Seen from above during daylight hours, in a plane, for example, or via a satellite, it's not the human habitats that stand out, but rather the way the land is parceled and partitioned according to the respective crop or species being farmed. This familiar overview effect is reflected on the plates we set before ourselves each night, where the smallest tweak in the recipe brings with it the power to reshape geographies far vaster than any nation. Were this to happen on a planet other than our own, we might refer to it as terraforming. This word, terraforming, this concept, is generally associated with science fiction, where it refers to the atmosphere and environmental engineering of alien planets to make them habitable from Earth-like life. But much in the same way that the environmental journalist George Monbiot in his new book Regenesis calls for the creation of an Earth rover, like the Mars rover, in order that we might better understand the deep ecology, architecture, and organic complicities within soil, we must now carry out a deliberate terraforming of Earth that incorporates the sensing capacities of planetary scale computation and modeling systems if Earth is to remain habitable for the centuries to come. As you probably already know, and we're often reminded, the existing food system is responsible for roughly 1/3 of the total greenhouse gas emissions. It's responsible for 75% of deforestation, the degradation of half the Earth's soil, and species destruction, and the majority of biodiversity loss. There's like a horrible echo coming out of my machine, so I'm hearing myself twice, so sorry if I stutter a little bit.
But that contributes to the religious experience that we are having. Like, you cannot hear it, but it's like when the Pope talked to the like St. Peter's Square. You have the echoes, like being a big cathedral. It's great.
Yeah. 1.3 billion tons of food are wasted every year, at the same time as 1 in 3 people are malnourished. 3/4 of all birds alive today, as I'm speaking right now, are in fact farmed poultry. In fact, stratigraphers consider the accumulation of chicken bones in landfill sites since 1950 a large enough mark in the fossil record to be deemed the arrival of the Anthropocene. It's still up for debate, though. Our project, Black Almanac, started out life as the final output of a speculative design course, but it has slowly begun to take on a life of its own in the material world. We conceived it around a very simple but daunting question, which is this: how can we expect to feed a population that will be approaching 10 billion people in the year 2050 in ways that are fair, nutritious, ecologically sustainable, but also delicious? Before we can begin to unpack the implications of this brief, we needed to find a framework in which to think. The Greek historian and geographer Herodotus famously visited and wrote about the opening of the Nile River, and he is in fact credited with the comparison of the river's broad alluvial banks to the Greek letter delta, a triangle. In mathematics, of course, a delta means change. That's what the symbol means. And this is an appropriate inheritance from a site intrinsically connected to the early days of agriculture. Ancient Egypt was historically referred to as the Black Land, as opposed to the red land that surrounded it. In fact, the Coptic word, cheme, is believed to have been borrowed from the Arabic alchimia, or alchemy, the root that ultimately became chemistry in English. When we discuss the climate impact of agriculture today, we ought to be compelled to recognize the chemical substrata we neglect in favor of the symbolic. even if, from the point of view of the universe, our categories are indistinguishable from the churning, mixing, assembly, and disassembly of atoms that predates us and will continue after we're gone. Lying quite literally beneath the cascade of disruption caused by the war in Ukraine is Chernozem, the Ukrainian word that means black earth. Chernozems are some of the most fertile soils on the planet, the ideal architecture in which to grow crops, flowing in a 10,000-kilometer belt that stretches from Serbia to the Russian-Chinese border, across corn and soy fields in the Midwestern US and Canada, and on the mineral-poor floors of Amazonia. The reason they're mineral poor is because the nutrients all get pulled up to the canopy layer in the Amazon. This is the most rich biodiverse spot. It's very interesting. Terra preta, or black earth in Portuguese, is a humus-rich, nutrient-laden, regenerative soil that transformed the forest floor into something quite miraculous. The origins of terra preta have been debated for centuries, with theories including volcanic ashfall drifting down from the Andes to ancient peat bogs. In actual fact, terra preta formed when indigenous Amazonians threw bones, crockery shards, manure, and kitchen waste onto middens outside their homes in the period 450 BC to 950 CE, cultivating the ground with biochar to prevent leaching. Amazonian terra preta, then, is anthropogenic, a collaboration between humans, microorganisms, and the land they both rely on, a synthesis emerging from the domestic to breathe life into the shadows, like the golem from Jewish folklore, a runaway intelligence created by man from the massa confusa of dirt. There are a lot of reasons to want to see the food system changed, but it's not just a question of reduction and asceticism. Of the 50,000 edible plants on Earth, just 15% provide 90% of all the calories. In fact, one could argue it is the repetition of a limited handful of culinary tricks, rather than the total volume, that has produced the majority of negative effects. The solution to our dilemma does not appear to be abstinence. What, after all, could be less natural than that? But better eating, a sustainable geophagia, or earth eating, built on a new suite of agricultural and gastronomic tools. Chemistry is an expansion and professionalization of cooking, a synthetic practice born from the domestic transformation of raw into cooked that enabled us to spread into and transform every corner of the planet. Today we boast of how we know our way around the kitchen, at least in English. I don't know if that's also said in Spanish, but the fact is we have very little idea of what goes on in the field, reshaped by what we do in our kitchens. We chose the name Black Almanac not only in reference to the rich and fertile soils of the Nile River Delta and of Terra Preta, but in reference to the many petabytes of knowledge in molecular data, real-time contracts, genomics, agro-robotics, and farm analytics that still need to be created or that already exist but remain locked away due to business and geopolitical rivalries, aggressive intellectual property laws, or a lack of access to computational infrastructure. Almanacs are some of the oldest texts we have, ancient databases that structured farming practice and provided a site for speculation about our place within the cosmos. That is so much better. The whispers have stopped. I don't feel like I'm being haunted anymore. The voices in my head have decided to be quiet. But we have nothing like a farmer's almanac today. Instead, what we have is a vacuum, a gulf, a void, into which performative politics and corporate PR are flooded to structure our contemporary food discourses. For all its unexpected mixtures and inventions, food remains plagued by rigid binaries like natural versus artificial, local versus global, raw versus processed. These categorical redundancies are far less solid than they initially appear, yet are surprisingly devious programs for inhibiting change. It may seem that an apple or a slice of ham belong to distinct ontological categories, but both are design objects of a sort. Everything we eat is artificial, selected, bred, and processed by humans for resilience, sweetness, texture, ease of transport, and appearance. It would be an error to conflate natural with benign. Anthrax, arsenic, and deadly nightshade, which is from the same family as tomatoes, potatoes, and aubergines, are far more toxic than synthetic or artificial foods like milk or yogurt imbued with vitamins B and D. Black Almanac wasn't intended to be a uniform, holistic almanac, but rather to highlight this breach, this void, the empty space wherein we believe a read-write ledger towards a new kind of cooking must step, precisely the space where a deliberate reformulation of earth chemistry, sensory stimuli, industrial automation, laws and governance, and social variation must happen. And this is precisely the sorts of subjects we're going to talk about this week under the banner of Cooking Earth. So this is a little video that we recently installed at the Architecture Biennale in Tallinn. And it goes through some of the concepts which are included in a book which is coming hopefully at the end of this week. We hope to be able to give you one, but that's printer dependent. I'm just going to let it play to the end, see what you think.
I'll give you a little bit more context about the video. Those are all, it's a glossary of terms that we have expanded on a publication that was connected to this video in the Biennale. So what you see is just the terms, the lingo, the words that we are using when we talk about food. And if they seem cryptic enough, we're going to expand on them during the week. So I guess that's the point.
I mean, we're going to have a lot of time for discussion this week. But I think it's fair to say that a lot of the sort of vocabulary around food politics is pretty much as stuck as the food system itself, you know. It's a real difficult, I mean, just start having a conversation with someone about nutrition and see how it goes. It's a hot topic, it's a heated topic, and people have a kind of semantic approach that they're used to. And I don't know, part of the fun of doing something like this is to violate that a little bit, try and bring in some alien terms. If I was to sum up what I think Cooking Earth means, this is probably what I would say. In 12,000 years of agricultural time, human beings have cooked both dishes and the landscapes that produce them. And yet a viable, equitable, and sustainable food future will still require cooking, not only of new and as yet unthinkable cuisines, but of the institutions, technologies, and social innovations that can take us there. Cooking Earth is an expanding set of concepts, tools, case studies, and data on food system transformation built around three core ingredients of artificiality, alienation, and desire. So, artificiality, alienation, and desire. These are three themes that we didn't really expect to encounter when researching the food system, but there's three that kept coming up again. They're not exactly the kinds of words that you would expect to see if you go to the Carrefour or the whatever, the organic supermarket, because it doesn't really chime with the kind of marketing strategies that are popular at the moment. But at the same time, our argument really is not that these are solutions, but rather that they are integral forces in explaining why the food system is the way that it is, and that will be equally, if not more important, in rebuilding it. For example, some of the worst ways to produce food have been enshrined in a cultural semiotics of pastoral nostalgia that is reproduced in children's books, food advertising, video games, TV shows, and just suffused within the broader culture because it sells. These agrarian simulations, and that's our cryptic term for this kind of simulation of a kind of pastoral utopianism, is so deeply embedded that we don't even question it. And we find departures from what is perceived as traditional to be threatening or sinister. The arrival of unusual foods from one culture to another has seen alienation as its first spark. Think about the elevation of lobster, for example, from a bottom-feeding parasite that farmers didn't even want to feed to their animals. This was in fact the case with lobster. To what is today a symbol of excess and success and a valuable economic asset in the places that farm lobsters. You might also think about the widespread embrace of Japanese classics like raw tuna or matcha, neither of which my Irish grandparents would have recognized as food, which goes against the food journalist Michael Pollan's famous diktat that you shouldn't eat anything that your great-grandmother wouldn't recognize as food, or anything with more than 5 ingredients or ingredients you can't pronounce. This is the kind of thing that is taken as intuitive, but doesn't really hold up to closer inspection. So this week, we are doing 3 workshops. We also have a public roundtable, and we're doing a couple of dinners. The workshops are separated into past, present, and future. So today we're going to have 2 conversations, one with an amazing food historian called Rachel Laudan, and another with a geographer called Nikos Katsikis. We're really going to go from the human scale up to the map scale, the satellite scale, the remote scale, macro scale. On Wednesday, we're going to think about some of the reasons that, well, tomorrow we're going on a field trip, but I guess we'll talk about that at the end. On Wednesday, we're going to think about some of the major obstructions to transformation of the food system right now, things like government subsidies, platforms, and kind of the platformization of food in apps and so on. We're going to think about some of those things, and we're going to talk to Sean Raspet, who is a chemist and an artist, and Lucy Chinin, who is a food writer, and together they have a product called Non-Food, which is an algae bar. So we're going to kind of think about what's difficult about bringing a new product to market that is not a traditional food. There's not something that you generally that anybody is really used to. And at the same day, we're going to prototype an entirely new food product. We have Sue and Remo. Sue is a astrophysicist and chef, and Remo is a computer scientist chef, and they're developing a new food product, which you guys are going to help to market. We're going to do a focus group and see what you make of it. Thursday's our roundtable, and then on Friday we're going to think about the future. We're going to set a design brief, so we're going to work together to develop a new plan for a new food sort of institution in the city. And we're going to hear from Juan Garcia Martinez, who is a chemical engineer who's working with some really cutting edge industrial production processes, things that, for example, will use waste gas like methane to create single cell proteins that humans can eat. It sounds completely space age, but it will make a lot more sense by the end of the week.
The dinner. Don't forget the dinner.
You want tell us about the dinner? It's still coming together, so tell us about the dinner. Like, what's the format?
On Friday, we're going to also have it's not a dinner, it's a performance.
Yeah, I think technically we're not supposed to say that it's a dinner, but...
So we will be joined by this incredible supper club here in Madrid called Fondo. The girls are amazing. They're working so hard to put together this dinner, and we're going to see what they will show us. So we just gave them inputs, and we provide a little bit of assistance, but that's their little...
yeah, it's going to be experimental, but incredibly delicious. That's all I can say at this point.
So I hope that Philip has stimulated a little bit of curiosity, at least, on the topic of food. Now we need to move to this very awkward moment where, like, I hand you the microphone, you just tell the name and where you're from, and how you invest most of the energy that you get from food during your day. So what you do, what's your profession? Describe yourself a little bit.
I don't know what to say. My name is Raúl. I'm from Colombia. I'm interested in food because, I don't know, I like to eat. I invest my food in, I spend my energy by cycling and walking. And I don't know. What do you want to hear?
No, what's your job? Like, what's your profession? What do you do as a Japanese?
I'm a photographer. I'm also a software developer. I mostly work in the keyboard. Software developer.
You can hand over the microphone to the next.
Hi, I'm Guillermo Martín, and I'm an agricultural engineer. I'm from Malaga, and I spend most of my energy baking, and well, I'm developing cereal food derivatives. So mainly bread and well, pasta and that stuff. Yeah.
Nice.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth and I'm from Barcelona, but I'm living here in Madrid because I'm finishing my master in architecture. And well, I've grown in, my family has been always producing olive oil. So I've grown in this kind of big labs that for me it's completely related architecture with smell and taste and texture, so that's why I'm interested in.
Cool.
Hi, my name is Luna. I'm from Argentina. I'm a chemical engineer. I've worked a few years in the food industry in Unilever. Then I quit because I couldn't stand that. I started a small company that provided services for these companies such as Coca-Cola, Unilever, and some pharmaceutical industries. Because I think cooking and eating is one of the most pleasures of my life. I also studied cooking for 1 year, which is half of career in Argentina. And then I moved here, and now I'm changing career to UX designer and heading for product manager or product designer of digital products.
Well, I mean, hopefully, in my I was just trying to be a bit like a sort of, James Bond villain, I think, in the introduction. But hopefully, I've made it clear that all of that is cooking in the way that we're looking at it, precisely because it seems so much of what's missing to kind of to make a real difference in the food system is not necessarily technology as much as social technology, right? The things that you might be doing as a UX designer could be way more integral than actually what you might do as a chemical engineer working with bacteria or something. Like, who knows? There's so much work to be done, and I think this idea of cooking as the root of like what initially we did to produce food, but we've produced so much more as a result. I mean, that's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Andrea. I'm from Madrid. I'm an architect and a cook. A year ago, I quit my job as an architect, and as I understand gastronomy as culture, I did a master's in cultural management and social innovation. And, well, I'm passionate about food, gastronomy, and the relationship between gastronomy and landscape.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Lucas. I'm an artist. I'm from Madrid, and I'm very interested in heritage. And, well, I lived in the UK, and I realized there that when I was very depressed, I started doing the recipes of my grandmother, who was also related with the production of olive oil, and somehow I felt more, alive in a way, going back to the heritage of my grandma, calling her, and being with her in all the steps of the recipe. So yeah, that's my relation, I guess.
Hello, I'm Eduardo. I'm from Madrid. I'm in physics. I study physics, and I'm very interested in the difference between the food that we usually ate 20, 30 years ago, or 40, 50 years ago, and the same food that we are eating now, and which is the chemicals and the different processes and how this affects the food, the taste, and more or less all this. Okay, thank you.
Well, hello to everyone. I'm Orestes. I'm Greek-Hungarian, but studied here in Madrid many years ago, and then left Madrid to work abroad for a few years, where I had to leave my interest for the agricultural sector that my dad had implanted me. He's working with like political economy of the agricultural sector. And yeah, I'm back here since a couple of months, and I'm very interested in regaining my connection to this subject, having studied architecture. So, connection between architecture, landscape, and the political economy of the agricultural sector.
My name is Manuel, and I'm a researcher here at Media Lab Matadero, and also at Forensic Architecture in the UK. I'm interested in food. I want to know a little bit more.
Hi, I'm Manuela. I'm an architect, and I'm also very interested in terraforming and this concept of operative landscape. So I did my master was all around carbon capture and how would this massive transformation of infrastructure would affect the landscape. So this involves like land use and changes on diet. So yeah, and I'm also interested in food. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Rowan. I'm from Wales, but I lived in London 10 years, went to art school there, and afterwards I spent like 10 years kind of trying to make it in film industry. But then when I was doing that, I was also working as a nanny, cooking for families, and I basically have like I was basically trying to work in a sort of creative industry, but then started to realize I was more interested in working in the community. So during COVID, I got a job in a specialist school, and I was helping with cooking classes of children. And through research and kind of like looking at the interest behind that and my own kind of how it helped me in my own sort of mental health and my own sort of symptoms of ADHD, and having been a creative person and loving cooking so much, equal in some ways to my creative pursuits, I decided to take a scholarship from a very brief cooking job. It turned out that I had an offer to get a scholarship to come study here, and I'm studying here at a cooking school in Madrid, and it's my second year. So I'm sort of integrating with the culture here, learning about the gastronomy, but I'm also kind of coming from a socially analytical perspective. I'm trying to figure out how to develop a educational system for children with learning disabilities or needs. And for me, I have a personal relationship with it from my family fostered children since I was very young. So I'm also interested in it from a very personal perspective as well. But it's all just, yeah, my friend found this workshop, and I'm really happy to be here, so thanks.
Hi, my name is Fiorella. I came from Peru. I'm studying a master here in Madrid in artistic research. Well, I do different things, but the focus in this workshop is to try to understand what is happening in my country, Peru, because it's like a boom, gastronomic boom, no? And I try to mix or understand the mix between design, identity, and creative, and how manage the desnutrition, no? In my country, because it's very poor, and how we can create dynamics and alimentary system to fit our population, no? Our population, focus on children, and yeah, I try to improve this knowledge, no?
Great. Hi, I'm Sofia. I'm from Argentina, and I'm a photographer and visual artist. And my interest in food, let's say from a different perspective, was when I lived in the US, and I noticed all the problems with obesity and what was going on with food. And doing some research and realizing that you have to start reading labels and figuring out what's going on and how they're growing crops and all these problems with farming and the excess of high fructose corn syrup and all this stuff.
In the US, yeah.
Yeah. So this is where I started thinking of food in a much different way, and also living there, knowing other cultures and trying and mixing flavors. So that's a little bit where food comes into my life in a different perspective. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Marcela. I'm also from Peru, actually from the Peruvian Amazonia. Yeah, and I live here since 2019, and I'm an editor. I have a photo book publisher. Me and my partner a couple of months ago present a project combining food, performance, installation, storytelling in our home. And it was quite an experience in that moment. And now I'm curious, and I want to expand my vision about food and gastronomy, because what Fiorella said, we come from a very, I don't know, like a powerful culture about gastronomy, and I think it's interesting for me to expand that vision right now.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Perfect. Did somebody else come in?
Yeah.
Hello, we know you. We're just saying who we are.
I'm Candela. I'm from Argentina as well, from Buenos Aires, and I live in Barcelona. My train came late. And I'm an architect, and I am also an architectural editor. And I've been working in this for the past 3 years. And I met Philip and Andrea in Tallinn in the Biennale. And I was instantly very motivated by their work, and also because at my own field of research, we also develop concepts, and we're trying to develop a lexicon of different architectural, let's say, concepts and associating content to it. And I think food is something that is becoming very relevant for me and also for the rest of the world. And I felt the motivation to be here, and so I'm really happy.
Yeah, so this first day, we thought about it as a therapy session. Already in the introduction of some of you, the aspect of anxiety regarding, obesity and how you face it, or,
Food labels, I mean, that's a whole conversation. And, I saw the other day that Denmark is going to be the first country in Europe to have a carbon label. But even doing carbon labels is extremely difficult because our carbon monitoring systems are maybe not really even up to the challenge. But nonetheless, land use, water use. Oh, sorry. Just instead of just having the usual, does it have genetically modified, organism in it? Does it have high sugar or whatever, they're going to put how much carbon cost is associated with, per kilogram with the product, which is definitely a good idea, but it's also quite difficult to implement, and they're in the research or, initial stages of that now. But, I don't know, this is kind of like an icebreaker in a way, but it's also very, I think, universal to feel a great deal of cognitive stress and kind of anxiety about even navigating the supermarket. And the labels is one of the places where that really comes to the fore, because you're looking at it and you're thinking, I'm not even sure what I'm looking for right now. But yeah.
I imagine that what's happened with you, Sophia, where you read how bad it was, the food for people with problem of obesity, and you felt like you were in charge of, changing this. And I think today we're going to explore how this can be problematic, although it comes from a very good position where, the individual wants to help to solve problems, but the individualization of the politics around food sometimes can have completely opposite effect and generate anxiety that instead of moving forward and solve problem, it actually, freezes the problem. And
it seems like every sort of proposition that you make when it comes to food can be taken in two different directions. So on the one hand, we think of, cooking as it can be an incredibly sort of, bonding, fruitful, kind of gratifying experience, but it can also be hell. Like it can also be really hard and really stressful. And, the kind of cultural, the kind of ambient assumption that, preparing food for someone else is an act of love can have the inverse effect of making you feel guilty if you're not able to provide in quite the way that you feel that you ought to, And also, I mean, the notion of, 3 home-cooked meals a day, I'm not sure it was ever the case. Like, the wonderful thing about Rachel, who's about to speak to us, is that in her book, Cooking an Empire, she gives so much good sort of historical context for like how people were fed and the reasons why they were fed and where they were fed, because even the restaurant model is a relatively modern phenomenon, and it's become ubiquitous now. But the places you did your eating in the past were actually kind of attached to the institution you belong to, or if you were in the military, it was, for different purposes, but I'll let her go deeper into that. Maybe we could do a bit more conversation, and I'm going to grab this whiteboard, and maybe we can start noting down some of these anxieties, because it's about 10 minutes till Rachel's going to start talking.
Yeah, ideally this would be a very, public therapy, group therapy sessions around the anxiety of food. So what we want you to do is just reach for the whiteboard one by one and just write down a sentiment, an adjective that you associate with food and the anxieties that it generates in you. Yeah, that's even better. I think there are some inside that yellow. So I'm going to start from this side.
I was hoping I would have some more time to think about it. Related to food and anxiety.
Yeah, we want nouns would be really good. I'm just going to put mine first, which is mine is shame. Shame is like... Shame is this thing I've noticed myself doing recently, which is like dipping the cheese like directly into the jar of pickle, like not even doing a cracker, just like something I notice myself doing in the middle of the night kind of thing. But it's like, it doesn't really come out. But anyway, shame. There's a lot of, okay, also oh God, now it has become a therapy session. I'm kind of like a condiments addict, like I have like all the sauces, and there's this sauce called Laudan Ma, which is like a peanut chili thing, and I put it on pretty much everything I cook, which, I remember being told off for this by friends because they say, well, everything then tastes the same, but it's so good.
Yes, I can do mine. It's just like, I don't know if responsibility is the right word, but it's more like I've been eating meat for like most of my life, like an Italian, and then I had to switch because I had to stop eating meat just because I felt like like I was part of this thing that I found myself in, and I didn't want to be part of anymore. So there was a lot of guilt there. Yeah, guilt is better than responsibility.
It's kind of.
Can I change my mind? And
I didn't really know it's better.
It's kind of.
So let's go with guilt.
Put your mouth where your mouth is. Rather
yeah,
than
yeah,
put your money
exactly.
where
Like
your mouth
I
is.
felt so hypocritical, That's the.
Shame, so
Okay, I have mine, which is helplessness.
Oh yeah.
Or lack of agency.
That's so good.
I would say that what brings me anxiety about the food process is maybe the cruelty that is linked to some of these processes that is not only about meat, it's also about animal products in general. And I would say also of soils and rainforests and cruelty in general with the environment. So it's reaching a point in which I think food production is not taking into account the actual impact of the environment in a long, medium, and long term, in short term. So yeah, that would be my anxiety about it.
Yeah, like the way we think about food makes eating a very violent act somehow, right? It shouldn't be that way. Like, we need it.
And just to say soil, I mean, this is what the Black Almanac refers to. Without soil, there's no growth. And there's, I recently, as I mentioned, I read George Monbiot's new book, and in that he points out that, there's no soil ecology institute anywhere in the world. We're basically not studying anywhere near like we should be this kind of, this substrate, this infrastructure on which everything else is built, and it becomes as an afterthought. But it's actually incredibly fascinating, and I mean, so much of the pharmaceutical kind of innovations of the present are simply just kind of mapping the genomics of like what's down there, because we haven't got a clue. I mean, people always talk about the bottom of the ocean being the place we don't know anything about, but I think the soil, just because of the volume and the kind of scales of what's living down there, it's really another planet. Who's next?
I would say pressure, because I think we all enjoy like cooking for someone, and it's like an act of love. But when I'm alone, I don't feel like cooking something beautiful for me. So I always feel like this pressure of, I don't know, like do something good for you, and do something that has like lots of steps and a very slow pace way of creating something, because it's also a way to, I don't know, reflect on your mood. So yeah, I never do it, and I always eat something super quick and raw, and then I realize that I really enjoy doing the opposite things for someone else. So I wonder why we don't do it for ourselves.
Yeah, like I live alone, and you have periods in your life where you're like, yes, I've just nailed it. That dinner is like amazing. And then the next day you think, I cannot do that again. That's like insane. It took me 2 hours. I've got to go to work. And the pressure can come external, but it can totally be generated from inside, right? And that's really that's the kind of stuff I definitely want to interrogate, I would say, this week. There's the pressure of expectation, and there's also just the pressure that comes from what we half know about the damage that food may or may not be doing. And also, like, a lot of this stuff is actually sort of, I think it's kind of debt. It's debt from kind of food politics of the past, and kind of a lot of class stuff comes into it as well. Like what is deemed to be a more elevated way to dine versus what is deemed less so, and if the difference is whether you used a microwave or not. I personally don't see, like, a microwave very, very efficient use of energy, and in an energy crisis it's a beautiful instrument to have. So I don't know, yeah, a lot of that stuff I think is, it goes unexplored and kind of uninterrogated, and yeah, I don't know, I would definitely like to have a bit of a reset this week when we think about that stuff.
What gives me anxiety related to food, it's the misinformation or disinformation. We know basically...
Which one do you prefer, miss or dis?
Misinformation. Yeah. Related to food chain production and where basically our food comes from. That gives me, yeah, like there is a big hole in between what we can know and what the reality is.
Yeah, it's an extremely complex topic, food, right? And the more you expand, the more, rabbit holes you would have to dig and follow in order to get at the bottom of it. Yeah, I totally get you. Like, I was very surprised when we always, talk about the water used by the production of meat, but it's never specified what kind of water they are talking about. So only recently I realized that there is, blue water, brown water, and they are very different. So in that math, they consider the rainwater that is used to produce, of course it's still, I'm not making an argument for meat, it's still unsustainable, but again, I would have loved to have that information already by the beginning, but of course, it's very hard to deliver so many information at such a high resolution. You have to compress it down somehow, right? So, yeah.
Well, I feel the first 4 words. Yeah.
It's getting increasingly
guilt.
harder now for the rest of the...
Yeah. Guilt, because I'm part of the problem also. I would add upset, because I know how industry hides information or trying to transform knowledge into something good or into a marketing thing, and I know that they only want to save money, and earn more money, because I've worked there. So I know how they treat the food and how they produce them and how to hide. They try to hide the worst part and try to promote in a different way, so you buy it. And if I may, I want to take again the responsible word, because I think it's a powerful word. Sorry, I can't tell you how to spell it.
Responsibility, I could spell?
No, responsible or responsibility? Yeah, responsibility. Because it could be an anxiety word as a negative word, but it's also an action word. Because when we feel responsible, we kind of recognize in ourselves that we can do something. So I think it's a very powerful word, and I want it in that list,
Yeah, I also think it's pivotal, right? So food makes you responsible, but then you can get it in the helplessness direction, right? Or you can make something productive.
For me, I would say that I've been always thinking that we have lost the value of the food. I mean, I feel that we don't have access to the quality, something, for example, I really use when I go home and I visit my father, I've just, tried to buy some oil, some vegetables there, because I think that here in the city we don't have access actually. This kind of the quality, it's something that I think it's very important.
Yeah, it's quality is important, but it's how you assess the quality of something, right? That makes the difference. That we're gonna get back to this word so many times, like what's quality food, what's...
And it's also a privilege, actually.
Yeah, because quality is connected to quantity as well, right? Scalability. Can you scale the quality as fast? Yeah.
Well, I would start with, if you say anxiety, I would say carb craving. Carb craving, yeah. Because, I think it depicts well the relation we actually have with food, and mainly in Europe or USA, and I feel it's a symptom of an illness, no? And how we need that, corn or sugar or and it's it's a very it worries me, no? And I would like to say about one of those images that you presented, that it was a cook. It had some logos and it said a snob. And I've been related to food, and in my culture, in my family, and we spend so much money in food, no? Like we love to eat, and we love to eat the best, no? And I've been myself deconstructing a little bit on that, on those terms, because I feel maybe guilt or how can we value more the origin of a carb or a fat, no? Other than, well, like, as you said, lobster. Why should we pay more than, and how it should be related to wellness and, well, I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense.
I totally feel you. I'm a pathological carb craver too. So like, let's.
Right now. As we speak, they're probably changing the labels in the supermarket.
I think I'll go with guilt, but related with wasting. I have trouble thinking always, trying to think in a creative way to avoid the waste. You know, when I cook or when I go out to eat, because I'm always thinking about how much access do I have instead of other people. So it's like, I feel it's something like that. It's related with guilt and waste. I don't know how to put it in another way.
But I mean, it actually triggers a lot of the other conditions you might experience, because waste is very visible in a lot of ways, but it's also completely invisible in others. I mean, most food waste, so far as I understand it, is generated at the point of production. So food waste at restaurants and homes and so on is a problem, but it's nothing on the scale of what is left on the fields and what is kind of residues that can't be used and all the rest of it. And this is kind of what we're going to get at a bit on Friday with Juan, the engineer, is that, you know, a lot of the systems that he's been researching are trying to find ways to use parts that are left over right now and to integrate them into the larger system. Because the idea that, you know, we think we can kind of, as an individual, be more careful with like how we use everything. It's like you can do those things, but you're still only operating on a kind of unit of one individual, whereas we need to be thinking about issues of food around population scale, I think. And this is very rare because it's not in the company's interest for you to be thinking at that scale. I think we have Rachel on the line. So I'm going to try and fix my computer to introduce you to her.
The other people can write down just the word that we will just...
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of time for chatting at the end, so let's come back to it. But... it worked. Hello, Rachel, can you hear me? We can't hear you yet. Maybe we can in a second. You're coming through the lab. Hey, hello. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, got it. Okay. So if you're happy for me to just introduce you, and then we'll kick off. Great. So Rachel Laudan is a food historian and the author of From Mineralogy to Geology, The Foundations of Science, The Food of Paradise, Exploring Hawaii's Culinary Heritage, and Cuisine and Empire, Cooking in World History, which I thoroughly recommend that you all go out and pick up a copy. Yes. Well, come on, now you have no excuse. So today, can you see the slides on these two screens? It's all working? Okay, Andrea is in charge of moving the slides along, so no pressure, Andrea. Okay, well, I'm happy to just hand over if you're ready to go, Rachel.
I'm ready to go.
Perfect, let's do it.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Encantada de tener la oportunidad de platicar con ustedes, pero mil disculpas por usar inglés, no castellano. Estoy más entendible en inglés. Philip and Andrea have asked me to give a brief historical context for the discussions over the next couple of days, and I'm delighted to do so. I am going to give you a very broad overview, something that in fact would make my historical colleagues shudder in horror, but I think sometimes taking the big picture can be useful. So I want to begin by picking up on Philip's theme of cooking the earth. I want to do that because I think it really focuses us on just how amazing human food preparation is. And it also echoes very ancient ideas about cooking. Can we have the next slide? Hello, slide?
It's coming. Yeah, there it is.
There we are. Okay. When I was working on my world food history, it became obvious to me that in many parts of the world, in fact, all the parts of the world where we have written records from very early on, this is several centuries BC, there was a very widespread belief in what I call the cosmic culinary cycle. This was a belief that cooking was a basic cosmic process, that the sun actually cooked the earth, it cooked seeds in the earth, and these seeds were further cooked by the sun into plants, or what we would call raw foodstuffs. And that the second part of this cosmic culinary cycle, as far as humans were concerned, was that humans, almost like little gods, were able to continue and model this cosmic cooking in the kitchen. So that in the kitchen, chefs cooked food. The food then was eaten. It was further cooked in the stomach. It was then excreted and returned to the earth, where the cosmic culinary cycle began again. So the idea was that unlike animals who had to eat raw materials that had only been, in fact, from the human point of view, partially cooked, they were crude, they were raw, they were half-baked. Humans mixed and perfected the raw materials they were given to make more perfect foods that were suitable for humans. And I think, that kind of image of humans being able to take raw materials from the earth and make them more perfect is one that, although we've forgotten the cosmic culinary cycle and we wouldn't use that today, still is what a lot of the people who are going to be talking later in this series of workshops are actually doing. They think they can really still continue this ancient process of improving our raw materials. Next slide, please. Okay, but I left something out in that earlier diagram of the cosmic culinary cycle. If you look in the center bottom of this slide, you'll see an arrow pointing to the cooked food. What I left out was that one of the extraordinary things that we do as humans is that we eat our food as meals. Right from very early on, people saw this as something that was extraordinary, that it distinguished us from animals. Animals kind of strolled around, and when they could find food, they ate it, and then they went to sleep, and that was it. Humans instead had meals at regular times. This was a convenience because if you were preparing food, and you were usually preparing food for a large number, it made sense to have the efficiency of eating it all at once. But it was also a sign of sophistication and evolution, that we were able to have these formal meals of collections of dishes and foodstuffs that, again, like the animals, we ate sitting down in a formal way rather than informally just snacking as we walked around. The other thing that is so important about the meal, I think, is that the meal for humans is a kind of encapsulation of all our most basic beliefs about the human world, the natural world, and the supernatural world. When we make a meal, we think about the human world. Often this is done unconsciously, but if you unpack what's going on in your mind, you can see this happening. The human world, can we afford it? How much is it going to cost? Who is coming to dinner? Are they honored guests? Or is this a casual Saturday night supper with just the family? How we prepare the food will depend on all those issues. On the natural world, is this, people were talking earlier about good quality olive oil or fine vegetables. Is this an edible product? Is it something that we really believe is something that we should eat? How is our extraction from the world going to affect it? What happens with the waste? And so on and so forth. And then the supernatural world, not all of us necessarily believe in that now, but throughout history, whether or not this was a religious festival, whether we were fasting in search of spiritual purity, all these questions came together in the meal, which is this little concrete, amazing crystallization of human beliefs. So there we are, ideas about self, society, the natural world, and the supernatural world. I think we can divide the history of meals into two big parts. There are exceptions, and you will all think of these to ask me about, I'm sure, afterwards. But for most of human history, from the time, say, when we begin eating grains, which is probably about 20,000 BC, up until, depending on the part of the world, a couple of hundred years ago, or very recently, or for some people not yet, the tradition was one of what I call constrained meals. We had, although we had meals, and although these meals were this wonderful mark of humanness, in general, we had no choice of what we ate, where we ate, when we ate, or with whom we ate. It was an institutional model of food in which most of us ate in institutions where the food was not the primary purpose of that particular institution. Here we have a naval mess with the officers seated around a table, eating their food that is laid out before them. The aim of this was to produce strength and manliness, and all militaries did that. The court or the palace, again, very similar, the table laid out with people having the food presented to them, very little choice. The court or the palace, the idea, the main purpose of the court or the palace was civic power. If this had been a religious house, a monastery, it would have looked very much the same. The food would have been adjusted for spiritual purity rather than the display and power of the court. And then there's the family meal, where families traditionally were there for survival. It was almost impossible to survive as a single person through most of history. So the family was there. And again, you have the table with the food laid out, and people have a very constrained choice of who they are going to sit with and what they are going to do. These are meals that create group identity, but it is usually a hierarchical group identity. The captain eats better than the officers, who eat better than the soldiers. The king eats better than the courtiers, who eat a lot better than the people who are working in the kitchen, who eat the leftovers of what comes out of that world. The parents eat, particularly the man who needs strength for work, eats better and often before the children. So these are meals that do create community, but it is a constrained and hierarchical community. The meals were often perceived at the time as tasty, but I think from our point of view, we might find them rather monotonous, even though we read about great feasts in the past. Bread was, for most people, the predominant food. Bread is delicious, but it is, if we had today to get 80 or 90% of our calories off bread, or in other parts of the world, it might have been rice or maize or potatoes. But with the carbohydrate providing the bulk of the calories, tastiness was a secondary feature of the meal. What was the primary feature in all these circumstances was thrift. Yes, we know about thrift for home cooking. Most people had to eat frugal meals for most of history. If something like 70 or 80% of your disposable income went on food, and you wanted to have a better life, you wanted to send your kids to school, or you wanted to buy a book, or you wanted some little luxury, the place where you could save that money was on food. It didn't mean that taste didn't matter. People did want to create tasty meals, but frugality reigned. And that was true even in courts and militaries, because the major part of a court or army budget was in fact spent on food, back before gunpowder in the one case, or in the case of the court, a much higher level of wealth. But in most of history, the palace took in food, its taxes in the form of food. It had large processing kitchens, and it turned out those foods as payment for the various courtiers and everyone else in the kitchen, in the palace. Let me just go and unplug my phone. Okay, then this changed. I had some slides about why it changed, but I think we all know about this. It's one of the great, amazing miracles of the modern world. As you all know, in the last couple of 100 years, the population has exploded. We've gone from 1 billion people to 7 or 8 billion people. Not only has it exploded, but people have stopped producing food in large numbers. Now 50% of the people live in cities and they are not producing food. We are relying on a very tiny number of people to produce food. But even with these astonishing population changes, farming has become astonishingly productive, and transport has become astonishingly cheap. And that means that there is more, and I would also argue better food for most people than there has ever been in the history of the world. It comes at a price. Fossil fuels are what allow us to do this. And that's something that we've got to think about and change in the coming time. But the fact is that we are living in a period of quite astonishing abundance, and where not only are tastier foods now affordable, but we have, or scientists have done a huge amount to master the science of taste so that they can prepare foods in ways that are tastier than in the past. So now these tasty, abundant modern meals, we can choose whom we want to eat with, or even we can go out and eat a fancy meal all by ourselves. We can eat with friends. Even those meals that in the past were institutional and where you had no choice. There's a military meal on the left here, and a meal in a retirement home on the right. And you can see from the different things on the plates that these people are able to order from a menu. They don't have to have just what's placed in front of them. So that what I call the restaurant model of the meal, as opposed to the institutional model of the meal, where you had no choice, the restaurant model of the meal is creeping even into institutions. And it's even creeping into institutions like the home. If you go into any supermarket in the United States or most rich parts of the world, you can find cases of ready prepared meals so that the mother, if she wants to, can hand out a meal that suits the needs of each of her children so that little Susan and little Johnny and father can all choose their own meal every night. Which is a real amazing break from the traditional family where you ate what was put in front of you or else you pretty much went hungry. You can even now order your meals to come to you. Not only can you choose what you eat from a menu, and when you eat, because you can heat up that frozen packet at any moment, or who you eat with, because you don't have to get together in order for the cook to have the food ready. It can come in individual packets. Now the food will come to you in the back of a scooter and be delivered to your house, or if you're on vacation, to your hotel. These meals are off the scale in terms of historical precedents, in terms of their tastiness. Meat, which most people like, meat consumption, which again can be a problem, has gone up. I put this recent survey done by Harvard University up because it shows that it's not just the rich countries like the United States, which is about 4 from the bottom, who have high red meat consumption, but so does Nigeria and Morocco and Vietnam and China and Laos and Colombia, all countries that many people thought of as poor until fairly recently. The same goes for sugar. If you look here, now, I'm not advocating sugar. I'm just saying that sugar is something that people yearned for most of history. And here again, we see that South Africa and Israel and Kazakhstan and Sri Lanka are up there with eating more food, more sugar, most of them, than the United States per capita. This is an extraordinary change. And it means now that with the restaurant model becoming dominant, thrift has really gone out the window. People don't really worry. Nowadays, in many of the richer countries, food is between 10 and 20% of your disposable income. So if you want to save money, you're not going to try to save it on food, you're going to try to save it on rent or your cell phone or your car. It's not worth it to save it on food, which is, relatively speaking, such a small part of your budget. The restaurant model of eating is I hardly know what to say. It is staggeringly luxurious that every person can choose what they want to eat. It's an extravagance that even kings and princes could not achieve in the past. It fosters individual identity, not group identity, because anyone can design their own diet. They can eat by themselves. You can express your individuality, and people do, by choosing the particular foods you want. And food is now made in establishments where making food is the primary purpose. There has been this explosion in the last 100 years of different forms of restaurants, fine dining restaurants, fast food restaurants, family restaurants, cafes, buffets, tea rooms, meals on trains and in airports and in airplanes, an incredible explosion of human creativity and energy going into different venues where you can eat restaurant style, choosing your own individual food from a menu. So that it's not just restaurants, it's also food service organizations and a whole range of different places that are preparing food as their primary purpose. And of course, if it's their primary purpose, making it tasty is going to be one of their priorities. Now, this ought to make everybody happy, oughtn't it? I mean, the ancient dream of being able to feast, of being able to eat as much as you want, of being able to eat meat, of being able to eat sweets. I mean, this was everybody's idea of, the good life. And yet I came in at the end of Philip's session where people were talking about guilt and anxiety. And I think that is much of what's happened. What's happened, unfortunately, is that the old anxiety that humans had throughout history, will there be enough to eat, has been replaced by a new set of anxieties. What should I eat? What's the right thing to eat? How do I know what I should eat? People go to the supermarket and have decision fatigue. I was in the supermarket the other day and a woman slammed down a cooking magazine next to me and said, I don't know what to eat anymore. So people attempt to try to fine-tune diets to their own individual needs, making communal dining difficult. Here were popular diets to try in 2019. Paleo, keto, pescatarian, and Atkins, just 4 out of the 70 or 80 that are currently common in the United States. People have worries about weight, not a worry through most of history, creating shame and embarrassment for many people. Discriminating taste, and it is nice to be able to be discriminating in our tastes and choose finer olive oils or vegetables than the kind of run-of-the-mill ones that most of us had to put up with for much of history. But discrimination can also mean not just fine food, but snobbish judgments, and people feeling excluded because they don't know that eating McDonald's hamburger or drinking white Zinfandel mark them out as being less than middle or upper class. And so much of abundance ending up in the waste bin. Maybe this is not the biggest source of waste, but it is one that is obvious and that is worrying to people. All this is almost enough to make us wonder whether we shouldn't go back. This is a cartoon from an American magazine. The country Grandpa came from was a stinking hellhole of unspeakable poverty where everyone was happy. That's an exaggeration, but there is something to the point that when your expectations were lower, when choice was not something that you had to exercise constantly, particularly in food, that it was easier to be content with what you had. You were glad that you had food on the plate. And you were even more glad if it was a palatable and reasonably tasty food. But that's not the answer. We don't want to go back to the past. We don't want, I don't think, to go back to a period when the cost of community was meals that were coercive and hierarchical. Do we still want meals? Is snacking enough? Can we just do what some people have urged with people like Soylent? You won't have to waste, with products like Soylent, you won't have to waste time on sitting down for half an hour for a meal. You can just snack as you go about your business and you'll be so much more productive and efficient. Or is there some way to create meals that do create community, but that do it without coercion and hierarchy, that cater to individual tastes without undermining a diner's confidence to choose their food wisely? Those, I think, are some of the questions for the next few days. When you hear people talking about meal preparation, when you hear Philip and Andrea talking about other models that have been tried other than the old institutional and the restaurant model, I think the question, after all, food is, in the end, it's food and it ends up in our mouths. And how do we want it to end up in our mouths?
Thank you, Rachel. That was fascinating. We're actually ending this whole week with a dinner, so yeah, hopefully some food will end up in our mouths.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm going to open up for some questions, if that's still okay. But I thought maybe I could ask one first, which is essentially, why do you think it is that when it's so clear that at the first opportunity, people who worked in farming got out of it, and at the same time, when choices about who you ate with or where you ate, or indeed what you ate, became available, people embraced them. Why do you think it is that we don't really think about any of these kind of innovations as being a vehicle of liberation? I mean, it has had a huge influence on the role of women in household, and it's had an enormous implications for how we work, for where we needed to go in order to be fed. We've achieved a large amount of autonomy through this, and yet it seems to me that this kind of this rush towards what was essentially quite liberating for many people has been erased from our kind of cultural memory. We don't seem to think about food technology and food innovations in that way. Does that sound right to you, and why do you think that might be?
I think it does sound right. I think because the collective memory is very short. I'm old, and I grew up a farmer's daughter with a mother whose job was to cook for 8 to 10 people 3 times a day. And I mean, cook, I don't mean just this is, a cooked breakfast, a 2-course cooked dinner at midday, and a cooked final meal of the day at 5 o'clock. She did that 3 times a day, every day, for 10 years. If it went bad, there was no restaurant nearby. We were 10 miles out in the country. There was nowhere to go. People went hungry. And she said it was slavery. She didn't like it. She didn't want to cook. But I have that memory because I grew up in the 1950s. I don't think that memory is with us now. And I guess, and I mean, I'm speculating here, but I'm speculating that this dramatic change and the overwhelming choices that we are now faced with, we are just not equipped. We don't have the social and cognitive skills to deal with them. How do we negotiate a supermarket? Well, people gradually learn that you just know that you're going to buy this particular product, and you blot out everything else. You just know that you have to find ways of cutting down those choices. I sort of hate this because I'm a believer that choice is liberating, as you say. So I guess reframing the question at the end as partly an answer to your question to me is, how do we manage choice so that the liberation remains, but the decision fatigue and the feeling that we need to optimize, but you can't optimize all these choices. You have to satisfy some of them. Satisfice is a fancy word if you're Spanish that has come in among economists in the last generation in the United States. Just choosing the satisfactory thing instead of the best, which, will help. But I'm just speculating about why we've forgotten about this liberation.
Yeah.
Anyone else who has ideas, I'm happy to hear them.
And I was glad that you mentioned the proportion of one's diet that was taken up by bread, the calorie fulfillment required. And, I've read Karl Marx's discussion of what bread was like in 19th century England, for the working classes, and not really desirable, not even delicious, I would maybe say, I don't know. But also, this assumption that we must go back manifests in all kinds of forms. And I read on your website, you did a blog about the hunter-gatherer diet, because, whenever you begin this game of where should we go back to, people often get back to hunter-gatherer because it seems like the end of the chain. But maybe you want to talk about it, but you made this very keen point that when they were discussing how much time was, it was a famous study about how much time was taken in let's say producing food when you were scavenging and gathering it, but it crucially missed out the processing phase, which added a whole new set of number of hours to the process, and in the end almost all of your time ends up being kind of dedicated to finding food.
Yes, just for everybody else who's listening, this was a famous study of the South African Bushmen who live largely on mongongo nuts. And gathering mongongo nuts up, even though you have to walk out to the trees and, fill your basket with mongongo nuts and come back, only took 2 or 3 days a week. And so there was this idea of I've forgotten the exact phrase, but the kind of leisured life of the hunter-gatherer, and it's become an incredibly popular idea. Well, what they missed out was that the mongongo nut is unbelievably hard and either has to be passed through the intestines of an elephant to soften it up and gathered after the elephant's eaten it, or it has to be boiled in water, and to collect water, all you have is ostrich shells. And so the women of the village had to go down with ostrich shells to the river and bring the water back to boil these mongongo nuts. And these mongongo nuts were not very big, smaller than a walnut, and they were much more crenulated, much more, so even when you could crack them, getting the nut out was you had to get it out in little teeny pieces. All that part of it just got left out. That took at least another 3 or 4 days. So the leisured life just sort of vanishes when you look at processing mongongo nuts.
Okay, we have a question from the workshop participants. I'll hand over the mic.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very enlightening. I have a question that is picking up on what we were discussing. That is the leisure time and the time it takes to process food. It seems that there is something that is happening, of course, parallel to the urbanization of society as people move away from the countryside into cities, that there is more and more knowledge, I think probably because of the internet, about how to process food, about how to cook. And I think that may in part, account a little bit with the anxiety of choice that people have. I mean, if you look at, endless internet recipes of things to do, you wind up, sometimes, purchasing a lot of things you'll never use again.
No, I mean, a good point. I mean, what we've gone from is where basically you had the same food every day, usually some kind of largely carbohydrate-based stew of some kind with a few vegetables, to a sort of, in the 1950s, it became, by then you had a different meal every night, but that cycled through a weekly cycle so that, your roast and then your fish came round on a weekly basis. And now I mean, it's not just that we might have something different each night, but it might be Spanish one night and Italian the next night, and oh, maybe we'll try Chinese the next night. I mean, this is a huge burden of knowledge that's placed on both the cook and the diner.
And also in the pantry.
Also on the pantry, yes. I can testify. You know, and that's a really good point, because when I was growing up, the pantry was full of things preserved for the winter. Basically, fruits, rows and rows of jars of fruits and vegetables to get you through the winter. And eggs in a preserving solution. Now the pantry is filled up with the spices you need for French and Italian and Chinese and Vietnamese cooking.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the mic along.
Thank you. I also very much enjoyed this talk and presentation. Thank you very much. Getting back to liberation, I was thinking that as in other processes like technology, for example, we have been promised that, you know, technology will, or this, the way we eat now will guide us to liberation or give us more free time or something like that. But in effect, it has been in detriment, actually, of liberation. It has been, so all the free time that has been generated has gone back to producing for the capital. I hope this doesn't sound, or I hope this sounds really Marxist or not, I don't know.
Not Marxist, if you want.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, I'm fine, it's fine, totally. So what was I was about to say that, yeah, I think that all this has to do a lot with the fact that the game, in brackets, is played out in a very big scale, and we are, or I at least myself feel very helpless in this very big scale. And we need to have an impact on a scale that we have no access to. And that's what kind of bothers me or is trivial.
Well, you're there at a meeting with other like-minded people. I think there is a power of the group and a power of the pen. The pen is mightier than the sword, they say in English. Yeah, I know what you mean about feeling helpless. I mean, there are these huge multinational corporations and you don't know where to begin. But, you know, things do change. And I think I don't know. I mean, I don't want to sound just hopelessly optimistic, but I think trying to work out, I don't think an individual, a lot of people say, well, you know, people who are anxious about food now, well, they should get their act together. Well, you can't just do that individually. There has to be some social norms worked out, but those social norms are worked out by people. They, you know, so you know, when you're eating dinner on Thursday or whatever the last day of this workshop is, I mean, what do you talk to your neighbors about? Well, how can we express our opinion that we want something different? What kinds of different things can we come up with? Maybe I'm just, you know, I am hopelessly optimistic.
Yeah, I think that a great part of what we are doing here and what I hope that other people will do as well is to break that distance that the industry has created between production and consumption. Because effectively we have no idea of the processes and the logistics and the resources that we need to feed ourselves as we do now. And this has been a very planned, it was very planned in a way, and there are books about it as well. I was just remembering before a book from Carol J. Adams, speaking about the relations between contemporary misogyny and the meat industry. And it's a very interesting book. She's speaking exactly about this cloud that has been created between us and what we need in order to live as we live. No, so exposing that, breaking that wall, I think is one of the things that we can do.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people on it. I don't think, judging just by the few comments I've heard, you're in a company now of 25 or 30 people. That's tiny, but there are groups like that, all over the place, and there are books coming out, and this has been so fast. It's 2 or 3 for many people it's less than 1 generation, and for others it's 2 or 3. That's one of the fastest changes in human history. It's not surprising that we are struggling to understand it and find a way forward.
It's very interesting because what you just define is the reason why we created the Almanac. So we realized that there was this gulf, this chasm between the production of food and the consumption, and that what was laying in the middle was just like PR companies or PR agencies that were spinning or obfuscating or giving a distorted representation of what producing food is, and to going back what Rachel was talking about of this anxiety by abundance, it's immediately obvious there, right? Especially in the United States, people reacted to this anxiety by, chasing an ideal purity, the ultimate purity, and that led up to, glitches in the system, if we can define it like that, like, goop on one side and InfoWars on the other one. One strives to find the water that doesn't turn the frog gaze, and the other one strives to find fruits that is chemical free. And they collapse at the idea that, like fruits are made out of chemicals, like you are made out of chemicals. So there is this mystification going on that it's very problematic. And I'm also optimistic as Rachel. And I think as Almanac, we really believe in complexity. So already finding something that lays in between Goop and InfoWars, and then say like, okay, we have this anxiety, but it's not by reacting by following the easiest or the most attractive ways, because like a man screaming at you, stop drinking water because it will make you gay. Like that's something that grabs your attention. So already like realizing like there is something in between. Let's look for that. Let's fine tune our devices so we can have a resolution there and start to see much better what's in between, right? So, yeah,
Yes, and I think, I'm not sure to the extent that this happens in Spain, but in the United States, unfortunately, the bulk of the majority of the reaction to the problems of modern food remains to, there are exceptions, but the majority opinion is, oh, well, if we could go back to the small farmer, and if we could go back to the home-cooked meal, everything would be all right. And that's not the answer. Small farmers are not going to be the way we go.
Well, there is a reason why we moved away from small farmers, right?
Exactly, yeah.
History of failure and land destruction and famine, basically. Yeah. I wrote a piece about this recently. I'll share the link with you guys afterwards. Anyone over here have a question? No pressure. You want to do it? Okay. All right. Something else I wondered about while we were talking was this notion of authenticity. And I've just arrived in Spain, so I think, I must find like Spanish food that is like the most authentic and so on, because this is just programmed into us. But I think this this is also a very modern kind of concern, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, is this just another kind of pressure that comes out of plenty or abundance or whatever, or is there really an authentic to be located? I think maybe you could give some interesting context there.
I think the authentic is in us. It's our problem. It's not, the authentic isn't out there. There's no authentic out there to be found. We're looking for the authentic because if we feel that would satisfy our needs. So it's something we create, we look for, we define when we get it. I mean, when I lived in Mexico, people were always asking me about the authentic Mexican food that they were going to sort of somehow drill down to, and then there is none. I mean, it's a changing history. It changes by class, by place, by time, and certainly there weren't people who performed the way Americans wanted Mexicans to perform, which was only eating tortillas and beans and traditional foods, because they all went to the supermarket and came home with cornflakes and condensed milk and dried milk powder, and canned soup. So no, there is no, authentic is a part of our anxiety about not being sure what we should eat. And it's not something out there. We can't locate it because it's in us.
Just going to pass you over.
Hello, Rachel. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for your talk.
Hey.
So I have a question. I'm actually studying cooking in Spain, but I'm from the UK. So I have been asking myself a lot of questions about food and what it means to me and what it might mean for me if I continue to sort of develop my interest in it going forward. I was just wondering, what are your feelings around the well-being area of the food industry, and if you've had any thoughts about it, because I sort of have mixed feelings about it in terms of being a potential social construct of propaganda to kind of sell products and push products for well-being, but also that potentially food can sort of sometimes be seen as the answer and can be seen as a tool of healing and feeling better about life and stuff. So yeah, I was just wondering if you had any feelings about it. Thank you.
So when you say food and well-being, you're talking about companies promoting certain foods as ones that will enhance your well-being?
Yeah, like the wellness culture, but mixing with kind of gastronomy.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. I mean,
it's a deep one.
Yeah. You can't just eat your... No, it's a complicated question, and it's a good one. I mean, you can't eat your way to wellness. Food is not a medicine. Food is a necessary for your health and for your very existence. But yes, I'm cynical about the wellness movement as well. And I guess I don't have anything profound to say here, except that, words that I would like to use get hijacked, like feeling well or feeling satisfied or feeling, fulfilled. So that's about as much as I can say.
Thank you.
That.
No, thank you. Thank you for...
I have something to say about it, because if I may. No, it's just like, it's again another example of individualized responsibilities. Like it's your responsibility to take decision for your health regarding to food. But you know, we have example of institutionalized responsibilities. There is added vitamin D in the milk that you drink every day. I don't know if you drink milk, but even alternative milks have, you know, vitamins D, and that's done for your health. But like it's on an institutional level, and you don't realize it. I just figured out like a year ago that like in the milk, it's fortified by law in all European Union and other countries. So you see that like it's what Rachel was saying. Like it's just like they're making it your responsibilities, and this is where the source of anxiety it is. So maybe like looking for institutional answers or responses to this would be more interesting, more curious.
Sorry, this really chimes with, you know, the kind of, if we call it the secularization of food or the deinstitutionalization of food that we've addressed here, because one of the things that steps in when, you know, the mission is no longer to make the strong soldier or the holy monk or something, is you have a personal, it's almost a Protestant thing, you have a personal relationship with the nutrition scientist, you know, and you're supposed to suddenly be able to navigate what is a totally complex landscape, because humans are incredibly complex organisms and they're in constant interaction with their environment. You know, we're a process rather than a kind of finished product, and you know, to place this at the individual and have them be entirely responsible for it is very, very difficult. And I do wonder about things like fortified milk and fluoride and so on. These all happened perhaps at a moment where there was a more general trust for the state or for larger institutions and so on. And actually we're very suspicious of institutions at this point in history, it seems. I mean, there's kind of meltdown of one variety or another in most countries at the moment, it feels like. And so, yeah, like what's the future there? It's a kind of pretty open question.
No, we're certainly suspicious about institutions, and and I don't know really what to say about that. Going back to this question of taste versus well-being and things, from the historical perspective, the pursuit of taste by itself, which we regard as kind of natural and good, really falls under the historical heading of gluttony, where, you know, you have to have really tasty things and you actually lose some of your self-control. And I don't know quite how to think about this, but the idea that not all food should be particularly tasty, that having bland food or just ordinary food is not a bad thing, that not every meal has to have a flavor bomb in it. You know, how would one get some social consensus around something like that might be very helpful?
Thank you very much.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because one of the next lecturers, Lucy Chinen, that has this company with Sean Rasbett called Non-Food, they just released a patent that its aim was to remove as much flavor as possible from the algae, so that they could just use it as a, you know, plain ingredient without any added flavor, because they want all the power of algae, but with no added flavor. So it was very curious that like industry is moving in that direction, like remove as much flavor as possible instead of adding as much.
Well, continuing with a little bit of everything that's going on, what about quality? Because you speak about an abundance in our current times, and also we're speaking about well-being, but what about the industry that delivers all these, let's say, the TV dinners, but also the fast food. I mean, in the US, there are the tobacco companies that are producing junk food that have, and they're also in this chain and in this modern process that's going on right now.
I'm very mixed on quality. The idea that people in the past had really high quality food seems to me completely mistaken. The difficulty of obtaining food, the difficulty of processing it, the degree of adulteration that went on. I don't think there's some golden age when food was high quality for everybody. I think there is probably a higher proportion of the population today that can have access to high quality food than ever in the past. And I think the foods in the modern supermarket, if you choose, are unbelievably good. Of course, you have junk food and frozen dinners, and I don't want to set that up as wicked industry and capital versus misled consumer. I think it's more complicated than that. I think there are more players than that. I remember hearing the head of one of the major food processing companies in the United States. He asked me I asked him what was some of the. I'll back off that. Let me just say it this way. He said in passing that this company, the producer, would like to have higher quality TV dinners, by which he meant, and you might not agree, but this was his standard, a higher, more better meat in them, but that Walmart, the retailer that sells half the groceries in the United States, would not pay the price point for that. So you've got the retailers, then you have the consumers. Would the consumers want to pay a higher price point for that? I mean, many consumers do not want to do that. So you have a whole range of people acting here, not just producers and consumers, but retailers, farmers, different kinds of consumers. And I think part of the getting a better grip on the system so that it can be changed is mapping out this complex set of groups that are in the food system. I don't know if that makes any sense.
It does. And this is exactly the kind of landscape that we're hoping to map out a bit this week from the degree to the degree that we're able, and that will involve looking at things like farming subsidies, looking at things like intellectual property, looking at things like flavor science and the kind of boundaries that are put on the flavorists, the chemists who essentially steer our palate. The bottom line is one of them, but there are actually a lot that are generated from us. There are kind of culinary kind of conservatism, the rejection of food that is not deemed natural in some way. I think a lot of this kind of stuff is going uninterrogated within our kind of food politics, and looking for someone to blame. Them over there. Actually, often it's us in here.
I couldn't agree more. And we're not going to get out of this food anxiety and the real problems with the food system by picking one culprit to blame.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about...
There's going to have to be movement on a lot of fronts. And, you know, I mean, most people, even if you take the corporate world, they don't want to kill their children. You know, I mean, they're human beings too, working under a lot of constraints, as you say, Philip. And so one of the things that really upsets and worries me at the moment is that, at least in the English-speaking world, the prestige cultural food institutions like the James Beard Foundation in the United States and the Oxford Symposium on Food and Cookery in England will not talk with or about the food industry. Now that's not going to get anywhere. I mean, you have got to learn and engage with these people who are knowledgeable and often mean well and are trying to do their best under a whole bunch of constraints.
Absolutely. And if no one else...
Tell me I'm a capitalist. No, it's just talking to these people. I mean, you know, talking to flavor scientists and talking to people in the research divisions of the big food industries and talking to people in the food service business. I mean, you know, you listen to, you know, the research people at McDonald's or GM or anything. These are bright, capable people who, as I say, don't really want to kill their children. I'm not saying that everything in the industry is good or right. I'm just saying they have to be engaged.
Precisely, and this is exactly the...
That reduced everybody to total silence, didn't it?
Hungry. I think this is going to happen every day as we start. We're actually due a break here, so I'm going to say thank you so much for joining us, and that your historical kind of contextualizing and a really valuable insight is absolutely the kind of thing we want to include in the Almanac. And yeah, we're really lucky to have you, and thank you for your books and your work, and yeah, thanks for joining us today.
Okay, well, I've had a great time. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Fabulous. Okay, take care. Let's take a little break. I need a coffee. We're gonna start again at 6:45 with Nikos, and we're gonna zoom out and take the kind of planetary scale and see some of the you know, landscape effects that are active in the present. So yeah, thanks for sticking with it, and see you at 1:45.
Okay, so if everyone is back from the little break, we can start with the next guest, which is Nikos Katsikis. He's already here with us. You can see what he's gonna talk about, and we are incredibly thankful for him to be with us. Actually, we had a lecture by him in this program that brought us together and started this program, this project called Black Almanac, and his lecture was really one of those that opened our eyes and our mind to the scale of how big is the question of food, right? And so I will let Nikos introduce himself, and we're gonna hear about what he's doing in Delft at the Delft University. Hi, Nikos.
Yes, hi. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to join you, even virtually. I'm Nikos Katsikis. I'm currently based at TU Delft, where I'm an assistant professor in the urbanism department. And my work in generally, it investigates the landscapes that are associated with the metabolism of cities beyond what we normally consider as the urban, right? So it's an investigation of more than city and often more than human landscapes that are associated with primary production in general. And of course, food plays a very important role. However, what I want to do today is position a bit the question of the restructuring of the food system within a broader transformation of primary production over the past century, actually. So primary production meaning the landscapes that are, the extractive industry landscape. So mining, agriculture, forestry. You can even consider, fishing and things like that. So anything that is sourcing materials and resources out of the earth. And concepts that I have developed in order to investigate those processes behind the metabolism of cities. And you can see two of them on this slide. The first one is this idea of the globalized hinterland, so the hinterglobe. And the second is this concept that tries to understand the specialized and industrialized landscapes of primary production, so these operational landscapes. And I want to start my presentation from this slide because I think the reconfiguration of the food system and the globalization, basically, of the food system and several of the problems that we have been, you have been discussing so far today. I followed Rachel's presentation, for example. I think they have to do with a very particular way we are inhabiting the planet that we normally associate with urbanization. So I see urbanization in a quite general, broad sense as a particular way of geographical organization of the planet in which you have these areas of high population densities, also of high economic activities. In this, maybe you have seen this image before. It's the image of the spiky world, right? Spiky world meaning cities are highlighted as the centers of economic activity, where most of the GDP is produced. So these spikes here, if you can read the legend, they correspond to a disaggregated distribution of a gross domestic product, right? On the other hand, however, if you actually look at the metabolism of this system, cities are something like entropic black holes, right? So now the spikes here in this very similar map, they do not correspond to economic production, but to a proxy of understanding ecological consumption. So this is the consumption of the appropriation, actually, of net primary production. Net primary production meaning the production basically of biomass, so agricultural products, forestry, and things like that. So in a way, you can consider this image and this image as, you know, the two sides of the same coin, right? That in order to sustain these population densities, in order to sustain these areas of concentrated urbanization, you actually consume, mobilize a series of territories that are actually what is animating most of the planetary terrain, right? So in this map, you see here as spikes, as mountains, the areas of ecological productivity that is consumed here in cities. So the areas of food production, of biomass production, that is eventually being metabolized through cities and eventually exported in the form of waste. So my question throughout my research has been how to conceptualize this globalized condition that this relationship takes, right? Because we have the hinterland idea as this concept of, you know, the regional metabolism of cities, basically, as the metabolic basis of human settlements. But this is a concept that is significantly challenged. I think the best way to illustrate this concept is if we go back to this very old model of von Thunen from the mid-19th century, the German agronomer and geographer, who devised this concentric zone model as something like an archetypal version of the relationship between a city and its productive hinterland. Productive meaning a hinterland that is supposed to provide to the city all the materials that it needs to sustain itself, right? And you can see here how you can consider that as a microcosm of an isolated state, right? In its abstraction, you have the town in the middle, and around it you have zones of differentiated agricultural activities as well as forestry, and of course, you know, you also need to have minerals, and it's a very nice also framing that you find in the opening of the book, which allows us to see again this very archetypal relationship between a town and the countryside around it, right? So I like especially the last part where it says, you know, the central town must supply the rural areas with all the manufactured products, and it obtains all its provisions from the surrounding countrysides, right? So this is a very pervasive interpretation of not just of the relationship of cities and the countryside around them, but also in general of the advent of human civilization and the social and spatial division of labor associated with this form of geographical organization, right? And I have here two quotes that are very similar. So the one says, the great commerce of every civilized society is carried between the inhabitants of the town and those of the country. It consists in the exchange of crude for manufactured produce, right? So the hinterland provides the raw materials. The city processes these raw materials, construct manufactured products, and, you know, trades them back. And the second one, the foundation of every division of labor, is the separation between the town and the country, right? And we can even sum up the whole economic history of society in the movement of this antithesis. It's quite amusing that two of the, let's say, antagonists of political economy have said almost the same thing, Adam Smith and Karl Marx, right? And another way to see this question and this problematic in a more contemporary perspective is to go back to the whole footprint discussion, the urban footprint discussion by Bill Rees and the colleagues at the Urban Footprint Network, where the main way that they introduce this challenge of understanding the footprints of cities is that the city cannot exist, in a glass dome, right? So it will suffocate. It needs to be positioned within a broader metabolic system, a broader metabolic environment, and thus, you can start calculating the size, the dimensions of these environments, and all those things. So the problem again is that I think to a certain extent, we still have this idea of the regional hinterland in mind when we are talking about the metabolism of cities, even in the conceptualization of how this relationship is becoming problematic, right? So the typical one of the typical debates that you often have is that local food systems, regional food systems should be promoted in terms instead of globalized networked systems of flows. And my effort here is to understand a bit what this landscape looks like and how did we get there before actually going directly and jumping directly into very normative interpretations of what this relationship should be, right? So first of all, it's very hard actually to conceptualize this relationship in a spatial way that is not this regional concept. So one of the theoretical foundations of this work lies at this agenda of planetary urbanization. It's been around for around maybe 10, 15 years. And the whole effort there is to understand how urbanization is not only creating these landscapes of concentrated urbanization, of concentration, so what we normally associate with cities, but also landscapes of extended urbanization. So the matrix of these operational landscapes that support the metabolism of cities. And what is also very important is to not forget that this relationship is not a static one. So it's not a fixed geographical set of relationship, but actually it's a relationship that is in constant flux, right? So this fabric of urbanization is constantly being shaped and reshaped. And this is very important because sometimes we often consider urbanization as something that has to do with the growth of cities. So when cities stop growing, you might think that urbanization stops as a process. But actually, if you think urbanization as the negotiation of this relationship, not just of cities themselves and the growth and expansion of cities, but also the growth and expansion of these broader landscapes of extended urbanization, then you can really see how urbanization is a very important factor in shaping the planetary terrain. So let's try to see actually how these landscapes of planetary urbanization look. So obviously, the first thing that we consider as urban is the settlement spaces. So, if we go back to von Thunen's model, we could say that, the town here, it's basically exploded in all these settlement spaces that we have around the world. But what is interesting is that if you take the land area of all these human settlements, and I'm not just talking about cities here, it's any type of concentrated form of urbanization. So it could be small towns, larger cities, megalopolitan areas. Cities don't, take up that much land. So they occupy something like 3 or 4% of the land area of the planet. And it's very striking to compare this land area with the land area that humans are using basically across the planets. So this dark mass here, it shows you all the areas of used land, and I will unpack in a second what this is in relation to these settlement areas. So it becomes obvious that this very particular way of organizing human settlements, so in these forms of very concentrated, very large, dense settlements, it has a very particular effect on organizing all these other landscapes around them. And of course, one of the key categories of planetary operationalization of lands is agricultural landscapes. And you can see here the distribution. It's an effort to map the distribution of farmland across the planet. And I will unpack actually how farmland can take very different forms. But in this map here, you can also see grazing areas, meaning areas mostly dedicated to raising animals, feeding animals, producing animal feed. Right? So these two are the two main categories, of course, associated with food and agriculture. And of course, besides that, you have zones of forestry, all the transportation systems that tie those landscapes together and allow material flows to end in cities. And they extend, obviously, not just on the ground, but also across the oceans and in the air. Especially oceanic transportation is very important for the transportation of bulk commodities like grains and things like that. And of course, you have been following the whole discussion now with the food crisis due to the war in Ukraine. And one of the key problems has been that most of this grain has been exported through the ports in the Black Sea. So 95%, for example, is transported through marine transportation. So that gives you hopefully already an idea of this dark mass that you can see here behind the cities. But of course, a more interesting way to see it is instead of having this dualist interpretation of cities and everything else, actually overlay in a much more abstract way the various layers of operationalization of this planetary terrain. So you can start already understanding now the variations in this planetary landscape of production, right? So you can see overlays where population density overlays with high productivity areas where you have a lot of infrastructural zones and so on and so forth. But to break down things a bit more in terms of a very rough average, a very rough statistical analysis. So you can see again how these landscapes are distributed at the beginning of the 21st century. But most importantly, you can also get a sense of the evolution of land uses across the planet. So often when we think about the city and urbanization, we think about cities consuming agricultural land, right? So the city is expanding and everyone is somehow concerned that it's eating up the fields or the farmlands that is around it. And of course, this might be the case if you look at the scale of the city or the urban region. However, if you start zooming out, and you start observing throughout history the patterns of land use, you can see that when a city is consuming agricultural land somewhere, agricultural land is produced somewhere else across the planet to support, of course, this concentrated population. And it's also quite interesting to sum things up together and try to have something like a summary of the main processes behind how this happened, right? How this transformation, this expansion of agricultural land has happened, how these patterns have emerged. So I summarize it here as the hinterland under planetary urbanization, right? So the metabolism of cities under planetary urbanization. The first process that is important is, of course, that this is something like a dialectical relationship between the expanding agglomeration, so the expanding centers of population density and economic activity, the metabolic needs that they have to cover, and of course, this expansion being enabled by the expansion of this planetary hinterland, right? So it's obviously the case that population densities have been growing faster than the population has been growing. And this is an interesting point. I think it's more interesting than just, trying to figure out how much percentage of the population is living in cities and how much percentage is living in cities more than 100,000, more than 1 million, and things like that. I think it's more interesting to actually notice the evolution of population densities as a whole, right? So you might say, of course, the overall population densities are growing because the population is growing and the land is finite. However, the population growth rate is slower than the densification growth rate. So people are concentrating in dense settlements faster than the population is growing, right? So there is a densification trend, obviously, and this densification trend is very important because the more dense a city is, the more interdependent it becomes upon other landscapes to support these dense populations, right? And in a way, this densification that creates a series of what we would call, megalopolitan urbanized regions, like the Randstad, for example, that I find myself here, or the northeastern megalopolis of the United States, right? It is one side of the coin, the other being the specialization of primary production landscapes. So this is from Jan Gottman's seminal study of the northeastern seaboard of the United States, where he coined this term megalopolis. And I have it here because, everyone knows him for, the analysis of the megalopolis that you see here. But also in the same book, in the same study, he has significant investigations of the parallel specialization and commercialization of agricultural landscapes in the United States, right? So this landscape here, the specialized, agglomeration zone in the US, is emerging through the same process that actually creates this specialized industrialized landscape of agricultural production in the Midwest, across the Midwest, right? So obviously there is a dual tendency of specialization, of regional specialization, which also becomes possible, is enabled because of technological advancement and reductions in transport costs. And what I would like to highlight here as a process of infrastructural convergence. So obviously, it's very easy to just monitor the capacities of transport through, new technological means and, the costs of transport falling and the speeds and all those things, right? However, what we often forget is the shifts in the spatial pattern of transportation infrastructures. And I think this is also very important because if we want to understand the patterns of operational landscapes, we need to understand the new spatialities that are being introduced by this infrastructural convergence, which I will try to show you through this evolution, this historical evolution of the railway networks in the United States. So as you can see initially, and this has been, of course, the case also in Europe, even more actually in Europe, railway networks were quite regional. Right, so their main purpose was not to connect so much cities with each other, but to connect cities with their immediate regions. So in a way, and you can see it here. So for example, this is Chicago here. So you can see how the rail network around Chicago is serving the region, the agricultural region around Chicago, the same in the Northeast, right? So in a way, this spatial pattern somehow replicates von Thunen's idea of the concentric rings of the hinterland, right? So the idea is that you move these bulky commodities towards this central city. And from there, of course, you process them and you export them, right? So this creates, again, a quite regional pattern of hinterlands, right? Up to a point where you start having these regional infrastructural systems converging with each other, right? So eventually you cannot really see where the one region is, where the other region is. You have something like a homogeneous grid, a matrix of convergence transportation networks, which actually creates many more possibilities for transporting things across and around this matrix, right? It doesn't really suggest any particular structure. It has a quite generic structure in its potential circulation, right? And eventually, this is what the system of global transportation is taking advantage of, right? Of course, you have gateways. Of course, you have bottlenecks and choke points in this network, and you can already see it, especially along the sea corridor, surprisingly. But in general, transportation system is quite harmonized and quite contiguous in its configuration, that it allows multiple connections to happen, and it somehow sets also a very important, creates a very important enabling factor in the configuration of the globalized hinterland. And of course, besides the very physical infrastructural elements, there are regulatory, administrative issues of political economy and questions of the different phases of capitalism development that have to do a lot with the liberalization of trades, with this ideology of development through integration of emerging markets, right? And of course, through what David Harvey calls flexible accumulation, which is basically based on the horizontal organization of production systems. So it's the end of the vertical organization of economies and the triumph of a horizontal model that is trying to find opportunities for profit making across the planet and eventually bring things together through global commodity chains and global production networks. And I think this is important because we often associate this horizontal flexible organization of production with secondary sectors of the economy, so manufacturing, industries that are processing and making things, which is of course the case, right? So commodity chains of automobiles, for example, are of course very horizontal. They are not made in one factory. They are bringing components from different factories. But this has also been the case in the case of primary production. So agriculture has also become much more horizontally organized, meaning the production and processing of agricultural commodities and food commodities has been also globalized. And of course, another point that we often forget is that together with the globalization and the intensification of the secondary and tertiary sectors of the economy, there has been a globalization and intensification of primary commodity production. So you can see here the growth in extraction in different commodities, where you can see that it has been, let's say, from 1900s to 2000s, almost twice the rate of population growth, right? And of course, the trade in these commodities from since the 60s has been also growing exponentially. All of this to say that there has been a second globalization that we often, not necessarily, immediately associate with the globalization of the financial system and of the manufacturing industries. There has been this second underlying globalization of the primary sectors of the economy, of all the food industries, the mineral extraction industries, that they have been creating a new social and spatial division of labor, and a very significant patterns of regional specialization in primary production. And before showing you some of the examples of this regional specialization, just a bookmark here to unpack a bit these trends over the past 200 years in the evolution of different land uses. So it's interesting to see here that these are the rates of growth, right? So these are growth rates, and they are all positive, of course. The white is population growth rate. The blue is the growth in the built-up areas. And you can see how also cropland and grazing areas are, the expansion rate is significantly actually faster than the growth in population up to the 50s, right? So up to the 50s, all these major land uses that have to do with agricultural production are actually expanding faster than population is. And in general, this is also reflected in an overall diagram that you see here that shows you the rate of population growth and the rate of the expansion over new lands. And in the 50s, you see a significant divergence, right? So while for most of the past 150 years, used land has been expanding faster than population has been growing, after a while, after the 50s or 60s, land use expansion, keeps happening, but slower, much slower than population growth. And obviously, the answer is what you all imagine. We are running out of land, right? So the same amount of land needs to support more and more people, which is the final step towards the emergence of these industrialized, specialized, intensely utilized landscapes of primary production, these operational landscapes. And I have here, of course, an example that you probably all familiar with, that you can see from the Corn Belt of the United States, a zone of monoculture of corn and soybeans. You can also see swine and poultry farms within the plots, the initial the plots of the initial public land survey system. Of course, landscapes like that, these landscapes are not dominated really by human labor, but by machines and the work of nature. And I will talk about that in a while. But in a nutshell, we could consider, these landscapes as flagship cases of what we would call operational landscapes, globalized, specialized, and very importantly, they indirectly interlinked. And I developed this concept as a parallel to this idea of the global city. And you can see here this model of the global city from the 70s. So all the discussion, as I said, of globalization, it was mostly about, what globalization is doing to cities and how cities are important to globalization. And my effort has been to also offer an understanding of this parallel globalization of these operational landscapes, right? So in the same way that you have certain cities like, New York, Tokyo, London, that are extremely important nodes for the secondary and tertiary sectors of the economy. In the same way, you have some very specialized landscapes of primary production that are very important for the production and circulation of primary commodities. And of course, they have to do, where you have minerals and things like that. But interestingly, they also have to do a lot with the agricultural and food system. So you can see the specialization in the production of corn, in the production of certain tropical plants, like bananas that are, of course, all around the equator, palm oil, things like that, that are so specialized that you can see islands of production that actually support more than 80 or 90% of the global production in these commodities. And this is really shocking because we might have in mind that certain commodity chains of industrial commodities are super reliant on certain areas, and we have seen these the impacts of that in the recent COVID crisis that basically dismantled the commodity chains. But it's even more shocking when it has to do with agricultural systems of production and the specialization associated with them. So even for things that we consider quite common, like cotton, so you see how in Europe, for example, the major production areas are just 2 or 3 zones, right? Even in China, in the US, and South America. So the specialization, I think, it's one thing. The second thing that is quite interesting to notice is that this landscape here of croplands, it's very asymmetrically distributed across the planet, not in terms of the land uses, but in terms of the production modes. And you can see here, obviously, in the US, you have a lot of agriculture, so you do in India, but the types of agricultural production are very different. And one thing is probably the biggest difference of these different patterns. It's how much food is actually directed to direct food consumption for people, and how much of this production is actually for non-food uses, so for feed, for animals, or for fuel. And you can see here that most of the cropland areas in Europe and North America are actually not producing any food for people. On the contrary, if you see the cultivation of food crops, you can see the areas in Asia, India, Southeast Asia that are dominated by the production of food crops. So most of these landscapes, most of this productivity and yields that we have in the Western, industrial, specialized agricultural systems, they are actually all very inefficient in terms of nutritional contribution, also because of that, because they are actually not feeding anyone directly. They are part of the broader foods industry, agri-food industry. And I always like this example that, all this area that, if you go there, these people, the farmers there, they are very proud that they feel they are feeding the world. They are the bread baskets, let's say, of America, as they say. But these landscapes are actually not feeding any particular city. What they are feeding is these landscapes. And you can see here the cows, the cattle in these stockyards, a bit more to the west in Colorado and Kansas and Texas. So this is not a hinterland of any particular city. Actually, it's not feeding any particular city. It's a hinterland for this, you can call it a city, but it's a city of cows, right? A city of cattle. And you can see here overlaid these 2 layers of the food and feed production. With the red, you can see the areas mostly tuned towards the production of industrial commodities for feed and fuel. And with blue, you can see in this map the areas for the production of for direct food production. And I want to finish with a theoretical scheme to understand how this relates to patterns of human and more than human work. And for this one, I find very useful this scheme by world system ecologist and environmental historian Jason Moore, where he constructs this critical alternative to understanding, what we often call as ecosystem services. So he basically suggests that a way to understand the transformation of the environment through different waves of capitalist development is to understand that there is not only human labor that you normally exploit in the search for profit. It is also the unpaid work of human natures and more than human natures, right? So human natures here, unpaid work would be social reproduction, so care, things like that. And most interestingly, the unpaid work of more than humans would be nature doing the work. So plants actually growing, the biology of cows, animals, the fertility of soil, the hydrological cycles, so all those things. And this is what he calls the ecological surplus. And for him, the whole question of profit making through the primary sectors of the economy is a constant shift from one domain of ecological surplus to another domain of ecological surplus. And then we want to tie it a bit back to the scheme of agglomeration landscapes, of operational landscapes, so of concentrated urbanization and extended urbanization. You can already assume that most of this exploitation of paid and unpaid work of humans is happening more where people are, of course, but the operational landscapes are the domain of the unpaid work of natures, right? And interestingly, for more, there is a tendency of this ecological surplus to fall, of course, as ecological systems are exhausted. And I will finish here with a series of maps to just showcase that. So going back to this diagram that shows you the end, let's say, of the frontier of land expansion. So at some point, we are basically running out of land. You can really observe this exhaustion of fertile soils if you monitor the evolution of agriculture over the past 200 years. So in this map, you can see with the blue color, you can see the fertile soils and the areas that are optimal for agricultural cultivation. So the darker the blue, the better it would be for someone to farm this land. And with the red color, you can see the expansion of agricultural land. So the darker the red color, the denser the agricultural cultivations. And you can see here how it actually expands. So how the red expands and consumes all the deep blue. And we are somewhere here where you can see that the only deep blue areas remaining, so the only areas that remain for agricultural expansion over fertile soils, are basically covered by the tropical rainforests in the Amazon or in Africa, and of course some parts of the permafrost in Siberia and the Arctic zones. And of course now you can put into perspective why there is so much pressure, for example, in the Amazon and over the expansion of soybean cultivation. And to sum it up, we can think of the whole transformation of the agri-food sector and the agri-food industry as an effort to go from one frontier to the other. So the space frontier is being exhausted, as I said, so all the fertility of the soil is being exhausted, so all the ecological surplus is being exhausted, and it is actually compensated by the expansion over the cheap energy frontier. Right? And the cheap energy frontier is very important here because it's the source not just of the mechanization of industrial agriculture, but also it is the source, it is the main input, and natural gas is the main input for the production of synthetic fertilizers like nitrogen. And I think we are all familiar with the debate lately that highlights how food is becoming expensive because natural gas is becoming expensive, because natural gas, of course, is the main input that you use to produce fertilizers. So in a nutshell here, in this map, you can see the red is the cropland areas and the black is the application of nitrogen fertilizers. And this map is basically a response to this map, right? So the frontier of cheap, fertile land is closed, right? Now you have to compensate the exhaustion of this frontier of ecological surplus with another frontier, which is based on cheap nature, on cheap energy. Now this frontier of cheap energy is always closed. It's also closed. So what next? And I guess the question would be, what would be the next frontier of ecological surplus in the food system? And that would be my last slide. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nikos, for your presentation. I hope that it had the same impact that had on us when we first saw it at Strelka. And yeah, I still find it so unbelievable and at the same time interesting that, like, yeah, when you talk about food, you have to talk about mining, right? In our research, we came across with this really interesting quote that like 50% of the nitrogen in our body actually comes from a fertilizer factory. And that's just because the way our food works. And I think that really gives a nice example of why, you know, cooking earth. When you cook food, you cook earth. You literally need primary resources. You need chunks of this planet in order to feed yourself. Also, quick note on your choice of medium. I think maps do an incredibly good job in giving back the sense, the scale, the relevance of the topic. There are many image makers in the participant of this workshop, and I really appreciate your maps so much. I will move to the question that I have, and it's regarding the specialization of the operational landscapes. And it seems to be a built-in feature, or maybe a bug. You will tell us about it. But like, is there a way, like, is specialization an effect, like an outcome of operationalization, or is it more due to market rigidity? Like, if I get you right, you are suggesting that, like, by increasing and diversifying the inputs that we give to the market, for example, by including non-human work, unpaid work, then this market would become more flexible, and we would actually be able to solve a problem like monoculture. Like, you know, it seems that, like, the problem with monoculture has more to do with markets than than having operational landscapes.
Well, the problem of specialization, I mean, it's a general question in economic geography, and it has mostly to do with the effect of economies of scale. So the problem with the primary sectors of the economy is that one of the few positive externalities that they can rely upon is these effects of economies of scale. Meaning, it's not very easy to add value to your product if you are selling raw materials, right? So you cannot really sell it more expensive as you could sell, for example, an iPhone or something that benefits from technological innovation. So the only way for you to make a profit is basically to reduce the costs. And you can reduce the costs, as Jason Moore says, by taking advantage of unpaid work of nature, for example. But when this gets exhausted, the only way you can reduce your costs is through economies of scale, meaning you have to produce more, so the cost per unit is lower. And I mean, a very simple example to think about is, let's say you have a farmer in the Midwest, and they want to invest in mechanization. So they want to buy a tractor, right? the cost of the tractor is going to be less the more land they use it on, right? So if they have 1 acre of land, the cost of the tractor is divided by the yield of the 1 acre of land. If they have 1,000 acres of land, the cost of the tractor is divided by the yield of the 1,000 acres of land. Because exactly, you don't really need this tractor for more than 10 days a year, right? So it doesn't make a difference. It's not like you're going to need more tractors if you have more land. So this actually leads most of these, if we consider them rational economic actors, right? These farmers or whoever else is operating with this domain, this actually leads them to decisions that just upscale production, right? So this is eventually what creates, also this has to do with the investment in infrastructure in the land. So you want to do a drainage system, you want to do some sort of investment that is actually geared towards a specific pattern of cultivation. So actually the effect is that you end up having these huge areas of monoculture, which of course we all know that they have these very negative externalities. But I would say the main reason behind regional specialization is the effect of economies of scale, and I would say even less of comparative advantages, because I mean, okay, it makes sense to cultivate something over something else, but of course, there are 10 different things you can cultivate with an equal level of productivity, right? So at some point, you get locked into certain decisions, and you just keep investing in the same path.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you for your talk. I completely concur with Andrea that the map scale is super useful, in part because it reveals to us, you know, what the full picture looks like in a way that's not always obvious. We are all sort of you know, raised to kind of fear urban sprawl because we're presented with this image of kind of an encroachment onto the wilderness or something. But the concept of agricultural sprawl, I think, really ought to be part of our lexicon. And you know, you showed in one of your maps about nitrogen, artificial nitrogen fertilizer there. I noticed a clear difference between the countries that are more likely to be doing organic farming, for example, versus those that are not likely to have the market that they're able to provide for that, and also those countries that are producing a lot more food. You know, one of the great ironies is that we really, you know, we know that we ought to be shrinking these monocultures and the land footprint of, you know, damaging food production methods. But when we switch to organic, for example, you know, all of the evidence suggests that the land use footprint goes up. We need a greater amount of land to produce the same amount of food, even if we're producing it in a perhaps more ecologically sound manner. So I guess, well, one thing I want to address also there is that this word intensification is a bit of a confusing one, I think, when it comes to talking about agriculture, because it can be negative, meaning, you know, increased use of inputs and so on, like forcing more onto the land. But, you know, there's a blur there also with sort of a densification, which is kind of what we need to see in a way. You would like a both more ecologically sound production method, but one that is also more productive in order that afforestation and rewilding and many other things we could talk about, you know, can go on. Improvement of ecosystem services. So the first thing I would ask is there any trend towards densification of agriculture? We know there is of people and where they're living and you know, they're moving to the cities, but is there any trend that way? I'm expecting that there probably isn't at this stage, precisely because the current movement towards organic and so on is leading to greater extensification of land use for food. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then the other question I had was, how do you think one of your maps, one of the landscapes you just showed us, might transform in the next 10 or 20 years as a result of climate change? Because we're constantly sort of reminded that places that are arable now will no longer be arable. This is also a historic thing, you know, places have become more fertile and less fertile through time. yeah, what might be some of the regions we ought to look out for that are most rapidly transforming and are likely to shift in the coming decade or two?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so I think these are all great questions because they touch the key not problem, but the key characteristic that we have with agriculture. So first of all, let me clarify the intensification that I mentioned is about the capital inputs, right? Because it's confusing in agriculture. You have intensive agriculture, you have extensive agriculture. Intensive agriculture is more, you can link it to organic agroforestry, things like that. Extensive, it's more the production of grains, very land, let's say hungry agricultural systems, right? And this is also where the problem is. So the big absent from the discussion of organic farming is that it mostly has to do with intensive agriculture systems, meaning with fruits, vegetables, things like that. And these are actually indeed things that produce food for direct consumption. And these are things that could be indeed cultivated in, not necessarily in urban environments, but at least in peri-urban environments. So you could imagine suburban densities being turned into productive landscapes. So you could have this hybridization of inhabitation and productivity of the land. The problem is that these are not the agricultural land uses that are taking up most of the land. These are completely insignificant. And you could also already see it in von Thunen's original model, that it's like the first cycle that is around the city, and it's quite small. Most of the agricultural land is for grains, and you really need a lot of land for grains. It's also, of course, for feed, soybeans and stuff like that, but of course we can have a choice there. But it is also for non-food, non-feed, and even non-fuel agricultural commodities. Cotton, for example, rubber, tobacco, all these are actually taking up a lot of land. And these are the agricultural systems that are the more mechanized. So not only they take up a lot of land, they also don't require that many people. They are, fully mechanized. They just require energy and machines. Now, the big question with agroforestry and all those things, it can address to a certain degree the first, the former, but it cannot really address the latter. And also, in addressing the former, we have to consider that organic systems of agriculture and also agroforestry and all those approaches, although they are very interesting, maybe sometimes they need more land, but most importantly, they are more labor intensive. So in general, the trend over the past several centuries, more than 200-300 centuries, is for agriculture becoming less and less labor intensive. So having less people work on the land, on the farms. So it became mechanized. It's human labor became substituted by machines, energy, things like that. We all know that. And the question is, do we really want to have a more labor-intensive agriculture? Who are these people going to be? Where are they going to be living? Are they going to be living in the existing cities? Are they going to be living in new agricultural settlements? If the case is that we want to have new agricultural settlements, what then do we do with agglomeration economies and with things like that, right? And with all these debates that favored the density and the agglomeration as something that is very good for the economy, right? So these are all very interesting questions, and I think we really need to consider them all together, because if you start discussing food, you are not really discussing agriculture. So food is not the only thing that is actually shaping agricultural lands. If you start discussing about organics and you don't discuss the labor question, also, you do not have the whole discussion there. So the labor question then has to do with, conditions of labor, floating immigrant labor, all those things that can also become very problematic. So to me, my ideal scenario would be a fully mechanized, but much more diverse and environmentally sensitive agriculture. But because, as I mentioned before, technological applications are very much driven by economies of scale, it is much more likely that the continuous mechanization is going to just amplify the emergence of monocultures and of solutions that will try to mitigate the negative externalities of them. But I don't know, I don't want to be too pessimistic about that. But I think it's really important at least to consider that most of these landscapes that we are talking about, they cannot be addressed through organic farming, agroforestry, or anything like that.
Yeah, no, like Philip asked for a different version of the map, and I was wondering what would be one of those maps if we would go full localist, like if instead of like peaks, we would just have like a platform going on all over the planet, and that would just make it visible of how unsustainable that solution is. But I don't want to unpack the question of localism right now. We can come back afterwards. I would like to see if some of the participants have questions for you, Nikos, Adam.
Can I jump into that very quickly as you move the mic? So what is a really important thing for those of you who have a background in urbanism or the history of urbanism, 100 years ago or 150 years ago, the solution to all this industrialization of the countryside was very simple. It was basically decentralize the cities, not have so big cities which had a very large footprint, and they were causing all this environmental stress. However, what they did not know back then was all the positive externalities of agglomeration. So at some point after the 70s, everyone gets very excited with what big cities do to technological innovation, to knowledge, to information economies, to all those things. So at this point, we are facing something like a conundrum here, because everyone accepts that high density cities are good, but also we know that high density cities do not work well together with regional agricultural systems. It's just impossible in terms of size, actually. You have to redistribute the population somehow. It's a very interesting question, but it's a very difficult to answer as well.
Yeah, I think your quotes that density, the density means interdependence, like increasing density means increasing interdependence completely breaks apart the argument of a localist, right? You cannot separate those and you have to account for those. So Manuel, please.
Hey Nikos, thank you so much for your conversation, for your generosity with your lecture. I have a question for you. There was a theme that was recurrent in your talk, and it was the idea of exhaustion. I mean, especially towards the end, the land getting exhausted, the land getting, replenished by nitrogen fertilizers because of its exhaustion. But it seems to me that the scale of the exhaustion of the land, despite being represented as large maps, is actually quite on a almost molecular level. It's on a kind of different scale. So I was wondering what form of strategies or what form of perhaps visualization could they have to represent the exhaustion of land on different scales.
That's a good point. I think an obvious answer could be to work with sections mostly. So all my maps have been very horizontal in a way, and it would be interesting to actually consider the composition of natural geographies vertically, right? So section is important. However, I just want to say that exhaustion, the way I use it, is a more general term that refers to biogeographical frontiers, right? So you might say, for example, that exhaustion is also part of the GMOs and biological entities. Exhaustion is also part of the capacity that animals have to, for example, to reproduce themselves when you pack them all together, right? So normally they are, happy to roam around and graze, the cows or the chickens, But when you put them all together, this biological, capacity that they have for social reproduction is compromised because, they get sick, they have all these viruses circulating. So then you actually need to compensate this lack of the natural capacity of reproduction of the animals through antibiotics, through things like that. So something that used to be free, that you have an animal, it's grazing, nothing happens to it. When you start packing those animals together, the capacity of nature to sustain those systems is gradually very easily exhausted, right? So you have to bring in the food, you have to take out the waste, you have to use antibiotics, you have to pay for all those things that used to be free. And this is a more, I think, general question. So and your answer and your question is great. And the answer would be that you can even envision going to the domain of, the biology of the animals, the cells, the reproductive capacities, how they are compromised, what it means to have not just monocultures of plants, but also of animals, right? So the same problems that we have with the homogenization of genotypes of plants, we have it with the reproduction of very specific animal breeds, right? And all those things. So in a way, you would probably need even like a DNA somehow visualization strategy to unpack those questions. That's quite fascinating.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Nikos. Thank you for the maps. They were very impressive to see. And I wanted to ask you, how do you think would impact vegetarian dietary change? And if this impact, it would be greater than, for example, lowering the density of populations in some cities or agglomerations?
Mm-hmm. It would definitely have a significant impact on what I showed you was the feed producing areas. So, right? So most of this industrial agriculture that we have here and in North America, and eventually now it's also starting to become very dominant in South America, it's for feed cultivation. So it's not going to only be erasing all the problems with animal breeding and all the associated negative externalities with that, but also it would return a lot of this land to other forms of agricultural production. Now, how much then productivity you would require in order to sustain the diets is linked to the previous question when I was discussing the labor question. Because normally cultivation for feed and these industrial feedlots are actually less labor intensive than the cultivation of fruits, vegetables, all those things that normally vegetarian and vegan diets are depending upon. So again, this is not a very straightforward question because it would require a complete configuration of all the factors of production, not just land, right?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't want to keep the microphone, but I have another question. Were any studies considered, or did you hear something about using the sea as a production area?
That's an interesting question, and it's a big. I think it's a main problem with this presentation that I have, that it doesn't include all the biomass that is in the sea and also all the protein that is in the sea. Actually, I have some layers of fishing activity. So if you think about it, fishing is very interesting because it's probably the last domain of hunting that we have, right? So all the other animals, even those that we call, free grazing and all those things and grass-fed and whatever, they are still completely domesticated, they are completely industrialized, right? The only domain where you basically go and hunt for your food is fishing. And I think it's quite, it's dystopian, but it's obviously at some point, this frontier is going to be also closed, right? We will only have industrial aquacultures and things like that. In the same way that you could not imagine that you could sustain yourself by hunting animals, you could not sustain a population of 7 billion, right? So you have to have in captivity around 40 billion animals right now to sustain the 7 billion of population. And I think the same is going to happen eventually with fishing. And it's an interesting question because fishing is a great source of protein and high quality protein. And I think a lot of people forget to mention the future of fishing, the sustainable version of aquaculture, which is very questionable how this is going to happen. But obviously the regulation of fisheries, it doesn't even make sense at this point. I mean, half of the fisheries are collapsing. You cannot really expect that you will solve this through regulating fishing, actually. So it's indeed a very interesting question, how to industrialize this domain and avoid the mistakes that we already know of the other domains and, of course, of existing patterns of aquaculture.
I think it's very interesting that she brought it up because I live in a very small fishing village in the Arctic, and of course, everyone is a fisherman or works with fish. I also work with fish, and the question is always, we're following the rule the Norwegian government is putting on us, but we have no idea what the Russians are doing 30 miles away from us, and we have no idea what all the rest of the world is doing 60 miles from the coastline in international water. So this question of how you regulate something that it's by definition no man's land, it's up for grab everyone, and on something that it's again a question of measurement, assessment, validation. It seems that we lack the sensing layer, tools to understand how much is left, how much we can afford to get from this resource. And I think geographers should show us how it looks like. Thanks for the question. Have I interrupted you? You wanted to ask something else? Add some more?
No, only the thought that it's also possible aquaculture, do you call it that way, in land. No, you can have some buildings where plants are grown, and you only have to supply the nutrients in the water, and they usually find out that they are very balanced when they are joined with some fish culture also. So you can maintain, the water clean and balanced, because it's nature. So that's the only thing I wanted to add it.
Verticality, I think, is something that we will come back to in regards what the direction that certain food production systems may end up taking. A lot of this stuff is kind of in the batch or prototype phase right now, but extremely exciting. But its connection to what is still a process of expansion and deforestation and so on is it's I kind of feel like it's actually it's a cultural the gap between the world you're describing and the one that's kind of playing out on the maps. I think it's kind of a lot to do with our own relationship to food and what we think it is that the mechanisms that generate our response to new foods. And I think this is where we're going to take things on Wednesday, actually, when we're actually going to have Nikos, we're going to have a focus group where we're with a new food prototype. I'm not going to say what it is because that would ruin it, but I think this question of what are the forces that you just mentioned vegetarianism, but what are the forces that control whether that's possible, whether it's desirable? What are the barriers against that? Most of which are kind of unknown and unseen and not very well discussed, I would say. What are the constraints we might overcome, and what does the world beyond that look like? You know, where is room for growth beyond the field, but perhaps in our diets, in our experience of food, and do we really want to overcome those barriers? You know, I always think it's really funny when, for example, we were in Tallinn, and I went to I gave a lecture in the architecture department and was taken to a really nice dinner where they showed this had glass cube where this is all the food that we have in the restaurant, and I can tell you exactly where it all comes from or whatever, and this is super interesting, but this is the virtuous presentation that my hosts wanted to make. But then when you go outside and see the fast food chains and everybody driving through or whatever, it's kind of a Freudian moment, right? Like, this is where the desire rests at the same time. So yeah, that's something we could maybe get into on our day dedicated to the present. Does anyone else have any questions for Nikos, or shall we think about wrapping up? Because I want to invite Elena to come and talk to us a little bit about what's going to happen in the next few days. But first, let's say thank you so much to Nikos for a really fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the invitation and for the very engaging discussion.
Yeah, it was really fantastic, and again, seeing things the way that the concepts that you put forward and the way you present them visually, it's really it's really a unique way to understand the bigger picture. Okay. Yes, we look forward to the ocean map. That's the next stage.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank
it's
you
just
so much.
super fast. We've sent you an email explaining 3 things. One of them is the Discord channel. Normally, when we make a workshop in Media Lab, we open a channel in our Discord, so everybody. Well, it's so annoying. So everybody can share information, links. Ciao, ciao. Information, links. It's a way to be more in contact with also Black Almanac, all of us. And so I've sent you the link. So if you want to check it out, there you have it. Also, tomorrow, as you all know, I don't know if you know, but there's going to be an excursion around Madrid. And we're going to meet at 4, where's my phone? At 4 in Plaza Mayor, okay? If anyone cannot come or it's gonna, arrive a bit late, please let us know because we have to wait you. Yeah, I've sent you the link. It's in front of Casa de la Panadería. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, exactly. And what else?
Tomorrow, Discord, did you mention this?
Yeah, Discord, the excursion for tomorrow. And on the last day, there's going to be a surprise for all of you with a collective called Fondo. And we need to know a bit of your, food.
Allergies.
Yeah, if you have allergies or if you're intolerant or you don't eat whatever food, just for us to know, okay? So I've also sent you a link for the formulaire for you to fill out. And I think that's it, no? Okay. No, I'm gonna tell you. No, it's not. It's about we're gonna go around the past, the present, and the future of the relationships between the city and the food in Madrid. And the stops are going to be these ones. We're gonna go to Plaza Mayor, then Puerta de Toledo. We're gonna go around Parque Manzanares, and we'll finish it in Cooperativa La Osa. That it's supermarket that has an alternative way of producing food and distributing. But it's going to be really interesting. It's how Madrid and the all of the food systems like match and the invisible part also. It's a guided tour. Yeah, it's a guided tour with 2 really interesting guys. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Elena.